Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the April 24th meeting of the Thousand Oaks City Council. Can I have everybody please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I have the clerk please do the roll call?
Councilmember Fox?
Here.
Councilmember Glancy is absent this evening. Councilmember Price?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bill De La Pena? Present. Mayor Irwin?
Here. Item 4, request for continuance of any public hearing or agenda item. We are going to continue items 7O and 7I. Those are on the consent calendar. And there is going to be a slight reordering of agenda items. We will be hearing 8A, then 9A, 8B, and then 12A. Hopefully everybody got that. And I am going to move up to the podium for special presentations and announcements. This begins the special presentations. Our first one is about our city's Green Business Certification Program. Environmental awareness has been part of our community's strongest commitments. Residents, businesses, and the city have been supportive of programs that motivate the interest and efforts to make our community sustainable. Tonight, we are going to be recognizing local businesses that have included environmental stewardship as part of their mission by participating in the city's 2012 Green Business Certification Program. We have the Public Works Assistant Analyst, Rod Cordova, to tell us more about the program and the 2012 recipients. Rod?
Thank you, Mayor Irwin, council members, and staff. The city's Green Business Certification Program was developed based upon a council top priority from 2010-2011 and implemented in January of 2011. The program recognizes small and medium-sized Thousand Oaks businesses that demonstrate a purposeful commitment to environmental stewardship in their daily operations through water conservation, solid waste reduction, energy conservation, pollution prevention, and green purchasing measures. Businesses that meet the program's criteria are certified as green businesses and marketed as such to the Thousand Oaks community. The online process, which I should mention was the first of its kind in the state, makes it convenient, flexible, and environmentally friendly for businesses to participate. The program initially invited office and retail sector businesses to participate, and in 2012, we added the restaurant and hospitality sectors to the program, with plans to include additional sectors in the future. Tonight, we're pleased to recognize 3 Conejo Valley businesses that have completed the requirements to achieve Green Business Certification. If I could have representatives from each respective business to come forward as I introduce you to receive your award. Jessica Johnson from Pizza Salad. Stacy Blue from Hub International, and Jill Lederer from the Greater Valley Conejo Chamber of Commerce. And if I could have you stand right up here. We'll begin with Jessica Johnson from Pizza Salad. Pizza Salad has the distinct honor of being the city's first certified green restaurant, and its green philosophy and business model is a perfect match for the Green Business Program. From its organic menu to its compostable and biodegradable food and beverage containers to its hybrid delivery vehicle, Pizza Salad really is a model for a green restaurant.
Thank you. Pizza Salad is Thousand Oaks' only organic and sustainable restaurant. We offer the healthy, low-fat version of everyone's favorite food, pizza. Our menu of fresh-baked pizzas and crisp salads is made only with certified organic ingredients. Pizza Salad can also accommodate special diets like gluten-free, dairy-free, vegetarian, vegan, nut-free, soy-free, and more. Located on Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Herbs Road, we offer dine-in, takeout, delivery, catering, and online ordering. You may also find us at pizzasalad.com, Facebook, and Twitter. A responsible citizen, Pizza Salad implements earth-friendly business practices, including 100% plant-based, biodegradable, and compostable food and beverage packaging and utensils, an all-organic menu sourced from local family-owned farms, energy-efficient restaurant equipment, 100% renewable bamboo tables and countertops, 100% certified organic cotton staff uniforms, extensive community outreach related to eating organic and living green, and much, much more. Pizza Salad thanks the City of Thousand Oaks for this recognition of our sustainable business endeavor and look forward to the city's continued support and related efforts.
Thank you, Jessica. And our next Green Business Certification Award goes to Hub International. The insurance firm's Westlake office has made a concerted effort to create a paperless environment by utilizing cloud computing and virtual file storage in its business operations. The company also utilizes web conferencing and telecommuting to reduce business travel, thus saving time, fuel, money, and ultimately reducing its carbon footprint. In addition, the office uses energy-efficient lighting throughout, and it recycles all of its electronic waste. The Westlake office is leading the way in implementing environmental initiatives that will serve as a model for their corporate effort to green all 270 offices. Stacy?
He pretty much said it all for me, so there's not a whole lot left. But this is our first certification of all of our offices. As he said, we have 270 offices, 5,000 employees, and we're a top 8 broker. So we're proud that, you know, we can be such a big organization, but practice really locally in making a difference. And so we just want to say thank you to the city. And that's it.
Thank you, Stacy. And our last Green Business Certification Award goes to the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber has been a partner with the city in promoting and marketing the Green Business Program since its launch last year and decided to participate in the program itself. The Chamber has implemented a variety of environmentally friendly measures in its operations, such as energy-efficient lighting, a water filtering system for drinking, and the use of an office printer that does not require ink cartridges or toner, but rather solid ink refills, thus eliminating the need to dispose of those difficult-to-recycle toner cartridges. In addition, the Chamber prints its monthly newspaper with soy-based ink on 60% recycled content paper and recycles all of its obsolete electronic waste. Jill?
Thank you so much. I would like to, first of all, extend our congratulations to 2 great chamber members, Pizza Salad and Hub International, for also receiving their green certification. And also a big thank you to John Brooks and to Rod Cordova from the City of Thousand Oaks. They made this process so thorough and so enjoyable and educational. And I would just encourage all the businesses out there to do this. It's a thorough analysis, but it is not expensive, and it helps you be a good corporate citizen. And to the City of Thousand Oaks, on your tote bags, which we proudly carry, it says "Working for a Better Tomorrow," and indeed you are. And on behalf of Chairman John LaRocca and the 1,300 members of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, thank you so much.
Yes, let's give a hand to our Certified Green Business awardees. We are certainly proud of our certified green businesses and appreciate all your efforts. And we're also proud of our Green Business Certification Program that has been received by the business community. And with that, I'd like to introduce John Brooks to speak about another opportunity that the city has received.
I will share this award with you. It's actually very timely. Today, the mayor and I went down to the County Board of Supervisors and received a Think Global, Act Local 2012 Countywide Climate Change Action Award for our Green Business Certification Program. And this really comes full circle because it was the mayor's idea several years ago to start this program. And so one of the things that was interesting to note is after we left the presentation, we talked with Brian Brennan afterwards, and he said our program was really a model, and he shares it with businesses throughout the county and encourages them to go onto our website because it's all online, so any business, although we wouldn't go out and certify them outside of our area, they could benefit from it because all the materials are there. And so, Mayor, Think Global, Act Local, Green Business Certification.
All right. It was very exciting at the Board of Supervisors meeting today. They were very effusive in their praise for the City of Thousand Oaks. And one of the great things about this green business program that we have is that it is completely voluntary for the businesses in Thousand Oaks, but it does really help them. We've heard that the award winners from last year had a tremendous increase in business because they are running their business green, and a lot of people are very interested in supporting green business. The other thing is the program was actually pretty inexpensive to develop because we had an intern do it. So it is it's fantastic that we ended up with this program that's a model for the rest of the county. For our second presentation, I would like to introduce our library director, Steve Brogdon, and librarian Margaret Douglas to join me. Steve and Margaret are here to make a special announcement, the title and author of this year's One City, One Book selection. This program has been a great success. It offers a multifaceted array of programs related to selected books, and it fosters community spirit by encouraging community members to read and discuss the same book. And I encourage all our council members to read the book and join in all the activities next September. Can you tell us more, Steve?
Thank you, Mayor Irwin. Thank you very much. I'm here to announce the book for our 6th annual Thousand Oaks Reads, One City, One Book. The program is a 1-month-long program that involves both the literature and the arts, and sponsored by the Friends of Thousand Oaks Library, the Thousand Oaks Library Foundation, and a host of community organizations. Now, in the past years, this citywide reading project has brought the community together to read about a little boy struggling with the meaning of the 9/11 attacks, the challenges faced by a lost boy of Sudan, a homeless, mentally ill, yet profoundly gifted musician, a family fighting prejudice and poverty in 1930s Kentucky, and last year, 2 young teenagers surviving chaos and cruelty in the World War II home front. Now, this year, we're adding the author T.C. Boyle in his book, I'm drawing a blank on the title of the book. When the Killing Stopped, that's right. Takes place in the Channel Islands, and T.C. Boyle is one of my all-time favorite authors. He's the opening paragraph to Friend of the Earth is one of the best paragraphs ever written since Dickens wrote the introduction to Tale of Two Cities. It's a phenomenal book, and I'm going to have Margaret explain the book to you. I hadn't planned to actually announce it, which is why I didn't have the title on the tip of my tongue. But Margaret will do that. But I want to first mention some of the criteria that's involved in choosing these books. It's not just choosing a high-quality book. There are other things we need to take into consideration. Quality is certainly one. Universal themes is another criteria. It's got to be available in multiple formats, too. It needs to be available in paperback, it needs to be available in an audiobook. Those are the kinds of things that you don't really think about, but we do consider this. It needs to be a discussable book, likely to spark provocative discussions. We probably have 20 different programs for each of these books during the month that we celebrate this. It needs to lend itself to public programming. We do just a variety of programs, not just literature discussions, but just a variety of things. And of course, the author needs to be available and willing to speak, and that's very important. We have the Kavli Theater for an afternoon in November, and probably our most well-attended book. We had over 1,000 people to hear the author, Steve Lopez. It was really a phenomenal discussion. But enough about the general program. I'd like to introduce Margaret Douglas, who's currently in charge of our program. She does a phenomenal job. She tutored under Sue Pellman, who'd done the program prior. And she's going to tell you more about the book, and we'll also have copies for the City Council that we'll give to the City Clerk, and then encourage you to pass them on to other people once you've finished reading them. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Margaret Douglas.
Steve, and thank you to the Council and to the Mayor for having us here tonight. The book that we will be reading is T.C. Boyle's book, When the Killing's Done. It's his novel about environmental activism along the California coast, and it's been selected for our 6th One City, One Book citywide reading program. Our sometimes blundering relationship with the natural world creates a subject for author T.C. Boyle's 22nd book. The fragile landscape of California's wild, rugged Channel Islands provides the backdrop for his characters, an avid animal rights activist and a committed island biologist, to explore the complex relationship of humans, animals, and our shared environment. The book has gotten spectacular reviews. Publishers Weekly said that Boyle's animating conflict is tense and nuanced, and his sleek prose yields a tale that is complex, thought-provoking, and darkly funny. Everything we have come to expect from him. The One City, One Book Committee is currently creating a rich palette of programs inspired by the book's themes. This autumn, we'll offer music and art and film events, a California Lutheran University faculty panel discussion evening, we'll have community book discussions, and much more. And the culminating event will bring one of America's most honored authors to the Thousand Oaks Civic Arts Plaza on November 3rd to discuss his book, his life experiences, and to respond to readers' questions. One City, One Book is now a Thousand Oaks Library tradition. It's always been a wonderful way to celebrate literature and to connect with old friends and new. Last fall, more than 4,500 Thousand Oaks Library patrons checked out the book, came to a program, or participated in a book gathering. So please, plan on joining us this autumn. Read the book, write an essay, voice your thoughts at a book discussion meeting, and come see our celebrated author. Because when we open a book together, we close it in greater harmony. Thank you very much.
And that is really the highlight of the One City, One Book, the speaker at the very end. You go to the theater and see all your neighbors. They've all read the same book and had the same experience, and T.C. Boyle should be very interesting. For our final presentation, we're recognizing an important group of individuals who contribute their time and talents throughout the year to improving city service to residents. We are very fortunate to have these wonderful volunteers who are committed to assisting the city. In many instances, volunteers are the face of the city. The week of April 15th through 21st is dedicated to celebrating volunteers on a national level. I would like to introduce our HR Associate Analyst, Elena Keenan, to tell us more about the volunteers' activities. Elena.
Thank you, Mayor Irwin. Good evening, council members, city manager, city attorney, and staff. And I'd like to invite here to the podium with me the city's other volunteer coordinators. We appreciate the opportunity to just briefly highlight for the council the contributions, the immense contributions and the role of all of the city's volunteers. And I have the pleasure of working here at City Hall with a core group of volunteers who assist city staff with a variety of office clerical, administrative tasks. They really help us as city staff to maximize resources without incurring costs. A core group of these volunteers work at our welcome desk here in the main lobby of City Hall, meeting and greeting and directing visitors and customers to the appropriate departments for assistance. Several of these dedicated volunteers have 5 years, 10 years, even over 14 years of dedicated service here at the city. Truly a commendable accomplishment. In addition to the City Hall volunteers, as I mentioned, we have several other city volunteer coordinators here this evening, but then in addition, several others were not able to be here to share the contributions of their volunteers. So I just wanted to briefly share with the council the fact that we are truly fortunate as a city to have many citizens who volunteer time serving on various boards, commissions, and committees. In fact, about 136 residents serve on about 18 committees total. These committee members represent the city on a variety of issues, including planning, Council on Aging, Youth Commission, Traffic and Transportation, just to name a few. They give generously of their time and help the city in terms of devoting their time and talent to study various topics and participate in many public meetings. So they are a huge asset to the city's operation. Additionally, another very valuable group of volunteers here at the city include the Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT as their acronym is. And CERT is a neighborhood-based program of volunteers who receive specialized training from the Ventura County Fire Department, and they're able to assist members of their neighborhood during a crisis or disaster situation. And to date, we're proud to say that nearly 500 citizens here in the Thousand Oaks area have graduated from the CERT program. Again, as I mentioned, I'm happy to say I have a couple of other volunteer coordinators with me who would like to share some of their thoughts with you. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Nancy Longtoe from the Cultural Affairs Department.
Good evening. My name's Nancy Longtoe. I'm the Theater House Supervisor and Liaison to the Friends of the Civic Arts Plaza. The Friends of the Civic Arts Plaza is the volunteer organization for the Community and Cultural Services Department. There are approximately 405 Friends members, 350 volunteers on various committees. We have gift shop, grants, multimedia, membership, office angels, special events, tours, youth ushers, adult ushers, coordinators, and the Friends Board. We're very fortunate in our community to have many citizens who have a wealth of talent and experience to offer in the volunteer capacity. They serve as ambassadors of goodwill for the Civic Arts Plaza, patrons, performers, and the community of Thousand Oaks. In 2011, the volunteers saved the city and theater department over $250,000, working 34,000 hours. Over the past 17 seasons, the volunteer ushers have provided outstanding service to more than 5 million patrons. Since the Civic Arts Plaza grand opening, our school bus volunteers have seated over 950,000 students. Recently, our new theater director, Barry McComb, volunteered to usher at one of our Kavli performances to experience the theater operations from the volunteers' perspective. The Friends would like to extend the same invitation to usher to the City Council, to the City Manager, Assistant City Manager, and the City Attorney to experience the wonderful world of ushering. I would also like to extend a special thanks to Ruth Pollock, the President of the Friends, Marlene Shropshire, Volunteer Usher Committee Chair, the Usher coordinators, and to all the Friends volunteers for the support of the performing arts. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Nancy Schramm of the Thousand Oaks Library. Thank you.
Good evening. The Thousand Oaks Library is privileged to have a large team of wonderful volunteers. Last year, 188 volunteers contributed 22,493 hours. Volunteers at the library work in the Foundation gift store, sort books for the daily book sales and biannual book sales. They assist staff with checking in books, repairing books, presenting programs, and a whole lot more. This year, we have had a team of 19 volunteers helping to process library materials so that the materials can be checked out at the library self-check stations. Our volunteers work under the excellent guidance of our library volunteer coordinator, Judy Bumstead, who could not be here this evening, but who gave me this quote by Leo Roston, who said that the purpose in life is to be useful, responsible, honorable, compassionate. It is, above all, to matter, to count, to stand for something, to have made some difference that you lived at all. These words really describe the volunteers at the library, and we are honored to have them there. In a world of endless options, we are truly thankful that they have chosen the library. And now I'd like to introduce Barbara DeAnjou of the Police Department.
Nancy. Good evening, Mayor Irwin and members of the City Council and our City Manager and City staff. It is, as always, my pleasure to be here at this National Volunteer Week time to recognize our Thousand Oaks volunteers in policing. I think in these 15 years, that it's 17 years now in existence, 12 I've been here, I know you're very familiar with the program and the people. So I just want to take 1 minute of your time and update you on some numbers, since I was just told it's a numbers game. There are currently 92 VIPs, 44 serving in patrol service, and 48 in support service. Patrol volunteers responded to over 1,500 calls for service. They took over 675 crime reports, and they performed over 3,600 vacation house checks. Our support VIPs completed more than 650 child safety fingerprints and handled a remarkable over 7,500 phone calls. The VIP program is very fortunate to have the most dedicated and professional volunteers. In fact, we have 8 volunteers who have each contributed over 10,000 hours solely to the VIP program, which is unheard of, and the RSVP community knows of no other group with that kind of number. In 2011, the VIP group received over 67 nods of appreciation from the community, not to mention many more from the Sheriff's Department and the city. So to wrap up the numbers game, if you look at it this way, the Thousand Oaks VIPs gave 39,489 hours. That was 92 volunteers, 39,489 hours of service in 2011. The 2010 California volunteer rate is at $24.18. So I'll do the math. The amount that equals would be more than $954,844. So you're almost reaching the $1 million mark. So with that, knowing how Mr. Mitnick doesn't appreciate the giant check, I have 2 of my best volunteers, one of whom is a 10,000-hour volunteer, to distribute to each of you to share in the wealth of savings, a $100,000 bar, representative of over the $950,000. And I would just like to thank the council and city staff for your continued support and appreciation of these amazing volunteers, which it's my pleasure to serve. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to introduce my partner outside of crime, Eric Hatley, Sergeant Eric Hatley.
At this time, I'd like to recognize 2 more volunteer groups that we have with the City of Thousand Oaks Police Department, one being the Explorers and the other our Disaster Assistance Response Team. The Explorers are a group of young men and women ages 14 to 20 who volunteer their time to get education and a background in what law enforcement has to offer and assist in various events that we have and we're involved with throughout the city during the year. In addition, with the DART team members, they are also out there and provide services in regards to first aid services, EMT, also home education for how to be prepared in case of disaster. They're all former CERT trained and now have gone through additional training as well to become a member of the Disaster Assistance Response Team, so that if the city does experience a large-scale disaster, they're not only able to help out in their neighborhoods, but then have the city divided into sectors to where they can respond and assist the city in those areas. Between these two volunteer groups, this year, they accumulated over 10,000 hours of community service. And I'd like to recognize both the Explorers and the Disaster Assistance Response Team. Thank you.
On behalf of the City Council, I would like to give our gratitude to all our wonderful volunteers. You guys are really what make Thousand Oaks a premier city, as the city manager would like to say. And for Elena, I have a proclamation in honor of National Volunteer Week. We'll take a picture.
Yes.
Of course. All right, we are on to public comments. Can I have the city clerk please announce?
This is the time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or in a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers for public hearing items shall be called and heard during the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole, and all documents for City Council and the official city records should be presented to the city clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Under state law, public comment matters may not be considered by the council unless listed on the agenda, but may be referred to the city manager for administrative follow-up. 6 people have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Our first speaker in public comments is Mark Lawler. Mark, not here? Okay, Mark was going to speak about the Ventura Regional Sanitation District and the services offered by VRSD, but he's not here. So our second speaker is Mark Pumford. Good evening, Mr. Pumford.
Mark must be a common name tonight. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Mark Pumford, resident of the City of Thousand Oaks. For many years, residents have been a little frustrated with the website for the city. We have a little bit of difficulty finding information and extracting it. Since the website has undergone numerous revisions in the past few years, I'm guessing that the staff have found it frustrating to get information out to the public as well. Recently, there's been another revision to the website, and I'm here tonight to tell you that you've stuck it with this one. It's an awesome website now. It's very user-friendly, and it's got complete information on it. So kudos to you and the staff for sticking with it and making it easier for the public to get that information. And having heard about the green businesses, I'd like to offer the suggestion that you might want to post that information on the website as well. Let us know who to support in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pumford. That's really great that you came down this evening. We will pass that information on to our PIO. They've worked very hard to get the website just the way it should be. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Moret. She will be followed by Andy Levine. Good evening, Ms. Moret.
Good evening. Sharon Moret, Newbury Park, and my son will follow from where I left off if my time is up. Okay, I'm speaking regarding parking spaces at the lakes. 2 weeks ago, a decision was made regarding the Lake Shopping Center on what appears to be incorrect information provided by city staff. It indicated that the 12 spaces for disabled at the lakes amounted to adequate parking for the handicap. Mr. Lemo commented that there was a bogus lawsuit and that parking for the handicap was adequate. The city staff designated the 25 spaces in front of the lakes for regular parking. In addition, the city staff said that if they were to give part of those spaces towards handicap parking, handicapped people may not be able to execute the route from the car to the front of the shopping center easily, and that the center is closer to the back parking lot. City Council did not ask important questions, including how it was determined that handicap parking was adequate, and that if 25 regular spaces were actually needed, and on what days and times they had used to make their determinations. In addition, instead of relying on city staff, the Lake Shopping Center is centrally located and right next to City Hall, and many of you must go there to have dinner during peak hours. At any rate, words are just words. Pictures are evidence of the actual situation during the peak hours. During less than peak hours, both the regular parking and the handicap parking should be adequate. As the city has a joint venture with the builder of the center, I hope that no formal appeal should be necessary to redo your decision. This should not warrant a lawsuit, just action. Handicapped people are a part of the community, and the city needs to see that proper services are provided for them. I did write an email to the city attorney indicating that parking was insufficient. This was back in August of 2011, and she never responded. On Saturday, April 21st, 2012, the same situation applied. We went to California Pizza Kitchen and were not able to park in the disabled parking spaces as they were all occupied. The takeout, pickup, and 30-minute parking spaces were all occupied except for 3 spaces near to the Claim Jumper restaurant. There were numerous empty regular parking spaces in the regular section, in the front, middle, and back, too numerous to bother counting. And basically, the handicap should be given additional spaces. Okay, do you want to take over?
Thank you, Ms. Moret.
Andy Levine, Newbury Park.
Mr. Levine, maybe you want to move over to the...
sorry.
Yeah, that might be a little easier.
Andy Levine, Newbury Park, California. Thanks to the mayor and the city council and the city staff. And I'll continue where my mom left off. When we were heading back to our car that was parked in the regular parking place, we did notice that more spaces appeared occupied than before, especially near the Claim Jumper restaurant. Since the burger restaurant is not operation as of yet, the spaces were occupied could have not have been for the restaurant parking. More than likely, people who did not want to pay for parking and were going to see the show at the Civic Arts Plaza possibly parked there. Their needs the needs for parking of people going to the Lake Shopping Center should not include those who are parking there for other reasons. In the recent past council, Person Fox indicated that the population of Thousand Oaks was aging and needed for another senior center to be looked into. It's already over the news that there is a silver tsunami due to baby boomers aging and retiring. They are more disabled people, and the city and the council needs to direct staff to change the way that they were doing business, so that they were taking care of the needs of increasing the population of the elderly and the disabled. Fairness to the disabled is not to add 20 angled spaces to mark of all regular parking. One needs to take the number of parking spaces for the center, including the 25 angled parking spaces, then decided to put additional disabled parking spaces. If they decide that the front spaces are not safe enough and a restaurant, or for the reasoning of unsafe is accurate, then they need to place proportionally share of the parking spaces somewhere else, but in a convenient place for the disabled. Since there were 12 disabled places, they need California Kitchen and Current. They need to add some more spaces, at least 8 spaces, and to place a majority of them right by PFC Chang and California Kitchen, as currently there is no disabled parking in the back of PCA Chang's. They can place the remaining 10 spaces on both sides of the second entrance by Claim Jumper and the new hamburger place.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Levine and Ms. Moret. The city manager will address you after public comments are over.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Michael Knauer. And our last speaker is going to be Mr. Kidway. Good evening.
Oh, good evening, everyone. First off, I would actually was going to talk about this, but I wanted to mention that earlier gentleman, when he talked about the website, I would have to agree with him. I've been using it extensively the last week, and it's very user-friendly. Although there's one thing I didn't find on there, which is why I'm here tonight to ask you about that one thing. I'm really here regarding changes to traffic circulation on Reno Road. I live in Newbury Park, by the way. Last Wednesday, April 18th, the Thousand Oaks Traffic and Transportation Advisory Commission voted 4-0 to restrict southbound Reno Road to 1 lane from Old Conejo Road to Calle Clara Vista. In short, in a few months, this area of Reno Road is proposed to become 3 lanes of travel, 1 southbound and 2 northbound. Now, according to the land use circulation element map, which was on the website, the Thousand Oaks General Plan stipulates that this section of Reno Road is to be 4 lanes. So I guess my question is, which I didn't find on the website, is this an amendment to the general plan? And does the Traffic Advisory Committee have the power to amend the general plan, as I was under the impression that only you, the City Council, could amend it? That's my question. I don't know if you can answer it or not, or refer me to someone else, but I'm not clear on that right now.
We're going to follow up on that as soon as we're done with public comments.
All right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Kidway is our last speaker.
I begin in the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful, Nick Iqbal Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park. And last time I checked, Dr. Glancy is not here. He loves to hear about concerned citizens. I was here 2 weeks ago, like the other speakers, and raised the issue of the horrible treatment of disabled at this facility and the staff not having disabled parking. I was ruthlessly attacked by the developer's representative, and the mayor completely ignored the protocols and rules of this body, which says clearly that all remarks should be directed at the dais and never at the citizens. And even at the dais, we are not even allowed to, which is unconstitutional, but we are not really even allowed to even address like I did Dr. Glancy. And this is the second time this has happened, and erroneous remarks are made challenging when we all know that the Caruso developer is paying $1 a year for those 13 retailer and restaurants next door. Is that crony capitalism? Is that corporate personhood? I mean, pray tell me, I mean, you folks are playing politics. I'm glad that a change will be made. TOTV can show that. Redevelopment_administration at finance.ca.gov. You have a chance to get back the taxpayers' money that is going to the former redevelopment agency. This city is so bad. I mean, they're having a meeting tomorrow at 3 p.m., 2 p.m. Instead of in the evening, so none of us can attend unless you are retired or independently wealthy. I wrote to the council. I still have not heard. It's in the boardroom. I don't know if it will be televised. It should be televised, but I haven't heard. So there's $24 million at stake. There's about a Christmas tree of about $20 million of scrupulous funds that really should be going to our fire department, to the state, to the students, but it's going to, it will go to the city coffers unless you write to redevelopment_ at finance.ca.gov. The finance department is going to audit them, but the squeaky wheel gets the oil. If TOTV will show that again, the reason I showed McDonald's is, I mean, the clock is turning backwards. TOTV, if you can show it again, is they have approved in the Planning Commission Starbucks where you will not be able to sit. There's no seating, just drive-through, just like the good old days, I guess, with a unisex restroom. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. And if I could have the city manager please comment on the speakers that were talking about the handicap parking spaces, and also is the Reno Road issue coming to council? And then could you answer the other questions that the gentleman asked?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the comments with respect to the disabled parking spaces at the lakes, that issue's been raised before. The city is complying with the ADA requirements. But what we will do to help provide clarity to the speakers, I've asked Mark Watkins, our assistant city manager, if he would chat with those two speakers, and then as necessary, we can schedule some follow-up meetings with the two individuals and city staff, and we'll also have staff do an update memo to the council so you are aware of the disabled parking spaces provided there and what our requirements are, and the issues raised tonight. We'll make sure we address that. And then with respect to the speaker with questions or clarification on the Reno Road changes, I believe it's not on the agenda, but if the mayor will give us a little leeway, Public Works Director Jay Spurgeon can clarify what the Transportation Commission did on last week, I believe. And then Mr. Spurgeon will also follow up with that individual as necessary, and we'll provide an update memo to council too, if this is okay with the mayor.
And also, is it coming to council?
Madam Mayor, the item is currently not scheduled to come to City Council. It would not normally require council approval to restripe that portion of Reno Road. We can provide an update memo giving more details, and I will be speaking further with the resident who came down tonight about this issue.
Just speaking for me, and then I think the council would like a memo on that. I'm not so sure we would not want to hear that. Don't want to make a statement here until we get some further information. But on the face of what the residents said, I was just out there today. I'd like to read a little bit more. Don't want to second guess the traffic commission, but
certainly, yeah, and we'll provide additional information back to City Council.
All
right, thank you. Item 7, consent calendar. And I'll remind you that we've already continued 7O and 7I. Any questions? Motion?
Mayor, we have speakers, I believe.
Yes, we do. All right. I have 2 speakers, David Fabian. Good evening.
Good evening. David Fabian, Thousand Oaks. I appreciate the City Council taking up this crucial issue of our democracy. In brief, democracy is defined as one citizen equals one vote, one voice. Likewise, one truckload of corporate cash equals one corrupted bureaucrat, and the tyranny as private policy for a few corporations. Corporate interests are likely to be in opposition of the interests of citizens. Our interests include security through the rule of constitutional law, secure jobs, balanced budgets, equitable progressive taxes, and the proper use of our taxes for health care, housing, schools, other infrastructure, energy independence, instead of corporate welfare and perpetual warfare. The concept of political expenditures, which the court majority used in its argument, is at the core of the fallacy that is corporate personhood. The court majority used this false premise in their twist of our Constitution. The notion of corporate political expenditures is tantamount to the privatization of our electoral process and our entire political system. The political, until now, was synonymous with the ideal of public policy. And now it's being redefined as private, as property, as private property, as legal contract, as unrestrained liberty, as dangerous new rules. To be consistent with the Constitution as a whole, political expenditures are public political expenditures, not a private cost of doing business. The inconsistent interpretation of the First Amendment by the court majority has the potential to escalate the downward spiral of monopoly capitalism. It invites further violations of antitrust laws already weak due to corporate lobbying. The misuse of the word citizen in Citizens United, a nonprofit so-called, should alert you. By definition, a citizen works to make the union stronger, whilst Citizens United works to divide our union by way of further abuses of corporate power. The citizens in Citizens United is a global corporate operative that will ratchet up its violation of our Constitution by complete control of the rules and rulemaking. Citizens United has exploited the court in its historical moment of domination by weak activist judges as ideologues who are eager to distort the meaning of our democracy. All of you saw the court usurp our democracy in election 2000, the president, and now in 2012, will you watch a quasi-machine steal more of our democracy and again accept and comply with such a flagrant violation? Will you do that?
Thank you, Mr. Fabian. And I will... I will note that we were supposed to be speaking on the consent calendar, so for everybody else that wants to speak on 9A, we're going to wait till 9A is actually in front of us. Our last speaker on the consent calendar is Mr. Kidway.
Mayor, and I actually like the last speaker, Nick Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, director of a small group of citizens called Concerned Citizens Thousand Oaks, speaking on the consent calendar. If TOTV will help me as usual, there's the Constitution, a very small but valuable book, and right below it are the minutes that TOTV is not too proud to show. That's when the wonderful people on personhood spoke under public comments, and all that the city does, and it's unbelievable, undemocratic. I mean, it reeks of corporate takeover of the city. Is just the names. What did they speak? I mean, what did they say? I mean, that was the first meeting appointed council member. What did they say? I mean, it was Mr. Glenn Kimball, Howard Berman, Eric Pearl, Douglas Johannes. We will never know. In fact, that meeting is not even televised. So you can take your own guess. We can say they were praising the council. So it's very easy to pass different proposals, but to really do the people's work, uphold the Constitution, it's a different matter. In fact, number D, you are giving approval for the candidates' televised forum, but it's been since 1998 that no changes have been made to the election rules in this city. And they favor all the incumbents, so that's why no one has the courage to bring that forward and change it and make the city responsive to the citizens, so that people have an equal shot at serving their community and just not people with a lot of money. Number I, First Amendment to the lease agreement. I have a picture, but especially the people who are sitting, just take a right when you get out and you'll see just before the finance department there's a sign, Regional Art Museum. I mean, I hope today the staff will tell us. I mean, we had a supervisor that was removed from the city because she could not pay the high rent. How much is this Regional Arts Museum paying? I mean, you have the Federal Credit Union contract. I've never seen the contract for the Regional Arts Museum. Is this a gift of funds, Mayor? Number L, Premier Painting. About 2 years ago, in fact, they had won the award to paint this parking structure, which looks so ugly. This building was built under budget, and the city has refused to paint it, and it looks ugly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. Okay, we're going to move on to public hearing, item 8. Oh, I'm sorry. Would anybody like to make a motion? Mr. Price.
I'll make the motion that move the balance of the consent calendar. I think we removed items G and, I'm sorry, I and O.
Vote, please.
The motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Glancy absent.
Okay, we're on to public hearing item 8A. Can I have the city clerk please open the public hearing?
We're not doing 9A first.
We're doing, the order is 8A, 9A, 8B, 12A.
All right. 8A. Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8A, amendments to detach west side property from Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan and attached to Civic Arts Plaza specific plan, land use LU 2012-70015, specific plan amendments SPA 2012-70017, SPA 2012 70019. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing. All documents for City Council and the official city record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking, and speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. We have one person who has presented a speaker card, and pursuant to council standards, the speaker is allowed 5 minutes.
Mr. Alawami is going to do the presentation. Good evening, Mr. Alawami.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to direct your attention to the monitors for staff's presentation. As mentioned, the cases before you tonight deals with amendments to the Civic Arts Plaza and Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan dealing with the West Side property. The request is a general plan amendment to change the designation from commercial residential to institutional, and to amend the Thousand Oaks specific plan to detach the West Side property, and amend the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan to add the West Side property to it and designate it for public and institutional use. Here's a location of the West Side property, which is located in the south side of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, just west of Dallas Drive. And here is another aerial photo showing the location of the West Side property in relationship to both specific plans. The West Side property was acquired by the redevelopment agency in 2010-2011, and the idea behind the purchase is to support development compatible with the Civic Arts Plaza project. It consists of 5 parcels, totaling approximately 2.8 acres of land. Regarding the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan amendment, specific plan was adopted in 1989, which established development standards for the Civic Arts Plaza, and there are 4 areas within the specific plan. Sub-area A, which is the commercial development, and that's where the Lakes project is located on. Sub-area B, which is the park. Sub-area C, which is the public and governmental facilities, which is where the Civic Arts Plaza is located on. And the last one is sub-area D, which is the ponds, seasonal, and ice skating. Civic Arts Plaza specific plan was amended 4 times. The Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan was adopted in 2011, which established design and development standards for the boulevard and other adjacent areas. The West Side property is located within the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. The plan itself allows commercial, mixed-use, and standalone residential developments. And when the Boulevard specific plan was approved, there was a companion general plan amendment that was approved as well, which changed the designation of the plan area boundary to commercial and residential. Regarding the general plan amendment, the representatives of the Regional Arts Museum were interested in locating a museum at or near the Civic Arts Plaza, with preference to the West Side property. Museum considered to be institutional and public use. As I mentioned, the site currently is designated commercial, residential under the Thousand Oaks Boulevard plan, and that needs to be changed to institutional, which is appropriate for the site, and which is the same as the Civic Arts Plaza. As a result of the general plan amendment, the designation to institutional will free up to 2 acres of land, of commercial land, to be added to the city credit balance. The amendments themselves, again, the West Side property is adjacent to the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan, especially sub-area C, which is the governmental, public and governmental facilities. The amendment basically would attach the West Side property from Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan and add it to the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan. It will be added to sub-area C of the plan, and there's an amendment to the text within the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan to allow museum, to include museum as a permitted use. Besides the change in the text, there are 3 standards that will be modified within the Civic Arts Plaza, and it's only going to apply to the West Side property development. The table before you shows the current Civic Arts Plaza standards and the proposed standards for the West Side. The sidewalk width will be the existing 10 feet, which is as exists, and under the proposed standards will be 20 feet. The building setback, it's right now 35 feet landscape setback from the property line. Under the proposed standards will be from 0 to 15 feet to the property line. The building height, the current standard allows up to 35 foot maximum for 150 feet distance from property line. Then it goes up to 75 feet maximum in height. Under the proposed standards, it will be 50 feet average maximum and not to exceed 3 stories. These standards, 3 standards, are similar to recently adopted standards within the Boulevard-specific plan. And the reason to apply those standards to the west side property is to retain the main goal of Thousand Oaks Boulevard by creating the pedestrian-friendly environment along the boulevard, and to create a transition in the built environment between the existing facility, the Civic Arts Plaza, and the development along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Based on the negative declaration number 285, it was found that the amendment would not have significant effect on the environment. And in conclusion, staffs recommend that the City Council approve the negative declaration, adopt resolution approving a general plan amendment, introduce ordinance to approve an amendment to Civic Arts Plaza specific plan, and introduce another ordinance to approve an amendment to Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. With that, staff would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Bill De La Pena.
Thank you. Mr. Alawami, good evening. I had a couple of questions. One is with the building height that you most recently mentioned, and I was just wondering how high is the parking structure that we currently have?
I think it's approximately 65 feet.
Okay. And the actual Civic Arts Plaza theater?
The tower?
Mm-hmm.
110 feet.
110 feet, okay. So suffice it to say that if the art museum or any other structure that goes in, if it averages 50 feet, more or less, it really wouldn't be any higher than the current parking structure?
Correct.
Okay. And the city purchased the parcels a year and a half, 2 years ago for what, $3.5 million of redevelopment dollars?
It's 3.2 million from RDF funds, yes.
3 point what?
2.
3.2, okay, thank you. And by changing the designation from commercial to institutional, could the city potentially run a risk, should the city be selling the land in the future, in the distant future, that perhaps the value could be decreased because it is designated institutional and not commercial anymore?
Well, I think what we're looking at here is, from a land use perspective, how the city would like to see that property developed and utilized in the future. And most properties that the city itself has acquired have been for future public use. It's a land use change. If the city still owned the property many years in the future and future decision makers decided that it would be better used for a different purpose, then a new rezoning could occur, a new general plan amendment could occur at the discretion of the city council at that time. But this reflects the current thinking. It reflects the decisions of the city council about 2 years ago vis-a-vis the accommodation of the Regional Art Museum.
I understand, but that didn't answer my question. I was asking hypothetically.
Well, I think if we're talking strictly about the value of the property, if it had more use restrictions on it, it would generally have a lower value.
Okay, and what is there a difference regarding redevelopment, now that we have an oversight board, by detaching from the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan and adding it to the Civic Arts Plaza plan?
I don't think so. It's not within the purview of the oversight board to deal in matters of land use and zoning. They will be overseeing the city's disposition of that asset. The city as successor to the redevelopment agency. And there are provisions in the law under certain circumstances where properties can be can be retained by a public entity for public use, and I think that's one of the issues that we'll be discussing with the Oversight Board, whose first meeting is actually tomorrow afternoon.
Exactly.
As we get into the next few months.
Are these parcels being put as a disadvantage? I'm sorry, are they being put at an advantage by moving them to the Civic Arts Specific Plan rather than with leaving them with a TO Boulevard Specific Plan?
I don't think so. I think the change from one plan to the other is simply to kind of emphasize the relationship of those properties to the Civic Arts Plaza proper, which is designated institutional in the general plan and is part of a planning unit in the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan that's limited to public and governmental uses. I think you could, another way to have done it would be to leave them in the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, but create a separate planning unit with the types of regulations that you would want to see on those properties. But we already have those regulations in the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan, and since it's immediately adjacent, the simplest thing was really just to change the boundary.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fox.
Thanks, Mr. Prescott. In a nutshell, what tonight's action is simply making it consistent with the actions that we took on the specific plan of the boulevard in terms of design guidelines.
That's correct. When we looked at the amendment from a land use standpoint, it made sense to put it in the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan. But there were certain development standards, mainly related to the streetscape and building heights, that are in the boulevard specific plan that should be retained for this property, and that's part of the recommendation.
And in looking at, you don't have to bring it back up, but just from a very general review, in terms of intensity, it appears that we're going to less intense with respect to height and setback and some of those other issues. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think on the setback, though, it's actually bringing, allowing the building to come closer to the street, which is in line with the rest of the boulevard frontage in that location.
Right. All right. Thanks very much.
We have two speakers, or I should say we have one speaker and one statement card. Mr. Schillo.
Staff. My name is Frank Schillo. I'm chairman of a nonprofit task force that's dedicated to building a regional art museum on the west side of the Civic Arts Plaza. And in kind of a response to the tenor of questions being asked about that site, I was mayor of the city at the time when we acquired the Jungle Land property, and the intent was to have all of this property all the way down to Erbs Road, even though we didn't own it, to be property that would be serving the public, just like the Civic Arts Plaza is serving the public and City Hall. And so it was all intended to be with that designation that you're discussing this evening. I want to also put out the fact that we have members of the board of directors and members of the task force of the Regional Art Museum here. Would you all raise your hand, please, to identify yourselves? Thank you. I wanted to, first of all, thank the City Council, for initiating the general plan amendment. And I want to thank the Planning Commission, which I did at the Planning Commission, for their unanimous vote in favor of this change of zoning, and also for the Cultural Affairs Commission for their unanimous approval of our being located at that site. And I want to particularly mention Scott Mitnick and John Prescott for their initiative in this area and their interest in making sure that the public has a center for the arts in Thousand Oaks, both performing and the visual arts, which is what this will be when we can raise the money to do it. So this is the beginning for us. If you, when you decide tonight to go forward with this zone change, in addition to a few other documents that we will need to show that we have this would be the site for the Regional Art Museum, and it'll allow us to start our capital campaign to go out and talk to people who would be very interested in contributing money. They aren't interested in contributing money unless they know for sure that we have a site for it. So that's what is so crucial about your decision this evening, as well as other factors that are important to the city for this zone change. So I thank you in advance for your decision tonight, and we all thank you, and the citizens thank you, and I think you're going to be very proud of the fact that you were involved in making decisions that allowed the last building, the last building on this site that's owned by a nonprofit organization that's going to serve the public. And that's what it's going to be, a regional art museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schillo. And then we have one speaker card in favor of the institutional designation and in favor of a regional art museum. Are there any... Mr. Kidway, I do not have a card for you, but go ahead and you can fill one out after.
Yeah, consider a card submitted. I appreciate that this is a very important subject, and I am, just like Mr. Schillo, one of the persons, I guess, speaking on this issue for 2 years. Of course, I and just about every citizen in this community supports the arts, and we want them to flourish. The issue is who will pay for it and how will it be paid. I do like that you have council goal to operate city government in a fiscally and managerially responsible and prudent manner to ensure that the city of Thousand Oaks remains one of the most desirable places to live, visit, recreate, and raise a family, and do it fiscally soundly. The big issue here is, which we will find out the answer probably within 2 weeks, is, as you know, and staff knows, and there's no mention of it, unfortunately, but that doesn't mean that it will go away, that AB 26 passed and asked all redevelopment agencies to cease all activities effective August 2010, especially purchasing and using of the funds that were in the defunct redevelopment agencies, because as we know, and unfortunately this city is a prime example, that those funds were being abused and not used for the intent of the legislature. And that's one of the reasons unanimously the legislature has demolished the redevelopment agencies. And you have the enforceable documents sheet that you have prepared, which you will discuss tomorrow at 2 p.m. away from the public eye. And this is one of the items, the purchase of this is one of the items that is on it. And the purchase is, for the record, approximately $4 million. That's what we're talking about. And it's not from the Easter Bunny. It's from the taxpayers of Thousand Oaks. And the money actually belongs to the state of California to be dispersed to students and art students, etc., as they wish, including students. The other issue is that the way this purchase was made, it's interesting that you are following these steps, like this today is the amendment to detach the West Side property from the specific plan and attach to the Civic Arts Plaza. You would think, I mean, why do this? And I also am just flabbergasted that you are following the nitty-gritty and doing your due diligence as far as your general plan is concerned, but you refuse to acknowledge the fact that all this is being done under a cloud, and it's hopefully going to rain thunder and lightning and force you to backtrack. In fact, every fact is not brought out in the council meeting, which is very deceitful, I would say, is that originally when the museum was proposed, it was supposed to be in the front of this building where the park is. And then all of a sudden, when in fact this purchase was made, there was no mention that the museum, or very little mention that the museum was going to be using these buildings. And then as Americans, you know, it's very disturbing that you have no respect or very little respect for property rights, Mr. Fox, in that there is one building next to the smog place, next to the empty lot in between, which is sandwiched, which the people, business people have developed. It's almost a 3-story building. It's owned by a dentist. And I approached him on the day of the hearing, and he said, "What are you talking about? Are you crazy?" I said, "No, I'm not making this up. It's going to be bought by the redevelopment agency tonight." And he was not informed of this. And so if you really, I mean, I'm glad that there are so many people that are on the board and all that and supporting the arts, but if you really want to support the arts and build a museum, you should have a reach out effort to reach out to the community, to reach out to the people, so that just like we build these theaters, but we have a $500,000 loss every year, and if you build a museum, the redevelopment money is gone, but who's going to cover the shortfall, because the building will be belonging to the city, and so the taxpayers will be stuck with it. And so these are the issues that are not discussed over here, and I hope that the California Department of Finance will do justice to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. Do we have any staff response to the speakers?
Well, I guess a couple of comments. With respect to the almost 3-story building, it's a 2-story building that the last speaker spoke of. That owner was fully aware of the action. He was part of the notice list and knew about the proposal and the hearings. And it doesn't involve the redevelopment agency or any purchase. The land adjacent had already been purchased last year and the year before by the redevelopment agency and is now owned by the city as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. And tonight's hearing, again, is a hearing on the land use of the property, the zoning of the property, if you will, and you're sitting as a city council. You hear zoning matters throughout the city. It's within your jurisdiction as a city council, and it really doesn't have anything to do with whether the used to be owned by the agency or not. As to the what will become of that property because of the dissolution of redevelopment agencies, that remains to be seen, and that'll be played out over probably the next 6 months by you as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency and the oversight board, which has just been established and will start its meetings.
Questions for staff? No? All right, we will close the public hearing. Council discussion. Councilmember Fox.
I would move the recommendation by staff, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. That the ordinance be read in title only, further wording be waived if no objection introduced. And that applies to items 3 and 4.
Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Bill De La Pena.
Just for the record, I initially voted against the purchase of these parcels at the amount of $3.2 million when this came before the council 2 years ago. But I do support the arts, and I will support the motion tonight. I will be on the record, though, however, Mr. Shalom, you know that I cannot be in support of any further taxpayer funding or subsidies to the museum. $3.2 million is a lot of money already, and with the dissolution of the redevelopment agency, I find it, this council member finds it very difficult to grant any more subsidies for your project, but I do wish you good luck and hope you raise enough money to see your dream come true.
Vote, please.
The motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Glancy absent, and I'll read the 2 ordinance titles. An ordinance adopting amendment number 5 to Civic Arts Plaza specific plan to add adjacent property described as Assessors Parcel 670-0-182-060, 190, 210, 220, and 230 West Side property, and adopt appropriate land use regulations for said property, SPA 2012-70017. The second ordinance is adopting amendment number 1 to specific plan number 20, the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, to detached property located southwest corner of Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Dallas Drive, Westside Properties, SPA 2012-70019.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. We are going to move on to item 9A, Department Report, Opposition to Corporate Personhood, and Mina Leyba, our Legislative Affairs Manager, will be presenting the report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. As mentioned, I am the Legislative Affairs Manager for the City of Thousand Oaks. And on March 6, 2012, the city adopted its annual legislative platform. I say that because in my role as your Legislative Affairs Manager, I receive requests, often asking the city to take positions on a number of issues. And in fact, let me go over a few of the requests that came in this last year. Somali refugees, the war, coastal drilling, various medical research, and one interesting one, the treatment of ducks in the creation of foie gras. Now, when I say that in terms of not making joke of it, but to explain again to the public the reason for our legislative platform. The city does not take a position on issues that we have no authority to, especially as it relates to individual rights such as medical issues and especially international policies. But in the event that it does come up and there is an interest by our city council, it is then brought to the city council for review and discussion for their consideration. During the last council meeting, the mayor asked that the issue of corporate personhood be brought to the agenda and some research be brought back to the city council for their interest and consideration for options to consider. Let me just, and for those of you that are in our audience that understand this already, just for the sake of it, I'd like to review the research again, just so everybody's on the same page. Corporate personhood refers to the notion that corporations have the same rights such as free speech under the U.S. Constitution as that of an individual or a human being. Opponents of this believe that corporations are not equal to an individual or a human being. However, there is a group that believe that people run corporations, and because of that, should be allowed to have those same types of rights. Now, based on that, in my research, there was a Supreme Court ruling in 2010. In January 2010, the Supreme Court ruled on Citizens United versus Federal Elections Committee. Under the Supreme Court ruling, under a 5-4 split decision, the Supreme Court ruled that the First Amendment prohibited the government from restricting political expenditures by corporations and unions under the First Amendment. They must protect them with the same vigor. And then as a result of that, independent expenditures are a form of free speech. And limiting the corporation's ability to spend money limits their ability to free speech. So those are the premises on corporate personhood. Because of this unlimited spending came the advent of super PACs. As those of you know, especially more relevant today, the Republican primaries are a good example of it. There has been unlimited spending for either candidates, and again, I have to back up and say that as far as super PACs are concerned, you cannot directly support a candidate, but you can run a parallel campaign or a parallel campaign against a candidate or for a candidate through your corporate fundraising or through your committees. And because of that, they're able to spend unlimited amounts of money, and through that process, we have seen the advent of super PACs, where a candidate, especially as you see on television now, negative campaigning that is taking place for various candidates, and there is no affiliation to the spending of this money toward the party or the individual candidate, but a corporation or a group of wealthy corporations pulling together and using their money against or for a candidate. Well, in order to remedy this, you have to go through the Constitution and amend this. That's the only way you can do that. As you know, as a council, under Chapter 13 of your municipal ordinance, you have set some really important sections under the fair elections that limit the types of contributions, limit the amounts of money that committees can make. In addition to that, there's also reporting requirements involved and transparency requirements. How this could potentially impact us locally is that although we see this on a federal level, there is no limitation that a corporate super PAC can actually infiltrate a local election by pooling their monies together against a local candidate during any future or upcoming election. So because of this, this philosophy can kind of have a potential implication on us locally here, although we don't see it on the local level yet. We see it more on the federal level. So because of that, we've looked at some of the cities that have participated. In California alone, and I understand the numbers are growing, there are 16 cities that have actually passed a resolution asking for the amendment of the Constitution and the opposition of corporate personhood. Some of the larger metros include Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Oakland. On the national level, I've found that about 13 cities have passed resolutions, and I understand their numbers are still growing. And the large cities include Boulder, Colorado, New York City, and Portland, Oregon. As far as the state legislature, in my due diligence, I found that there is a pending resolution before the California legislature, and Assemblymember Bob Wykowski wants to have memorialized that Citizens United versus the Federal Elections Commission, the legislature is in disagreement with. So he would like to have it memorialized. That has not moved through the committee hearing process yet, but I will continue to monitor it. So you have information before you today. You have an opportunity to do three things or a combination of them. One is to adopt a resolution to oppose corporate personhood and ask our elected officials to amend the Constitution. The second is to send a letter from the mayor to our federally elected officials. And then the last is just to take this information, to consider it, and to create no further action. So that's the information you have before you today. Assistant City Manager Mark Watkins and I are here to answer any of your questions, and thank you.
Questions of Ms. Leyba? I'm going to ask everybody, we are in a city council meeting. Please hold your applause. Thank you. Councilmember Fox?
Yeah, thanks. Ms. Leyba, this has, I think you did a great job, by the way, of outlining. This is not new to the city with respect to a number of requests, and they come in different forms. Many times they're just written correspondence that comes to your office. And every now and then we get an organized group that some folks live in Thousand Oaks, some folks don't, and they come down and they ask the council for us to take some side or some position on a given issue. My question is, have we actually taken positions that are outside local government? For example, have we taken positions that the League of Cities have not weighed in on, or of a national social type?
I will tell you, and I apologize because I did skim over that. The U.S. Conference of Mayors, the National League of Cities, and the League of California Cities have not weighed in on this. But, and I apologize not to remember some of those issues. There have been issues that have come up before the council that we have actually taken positions on that were not part of our legislative platform. But again, something of this nature, such as corporate personhood, it follows the philosophy of fair elections that is part of the city's philosophy and a part of our municipal code. So there has to be some relevance when we take a position on it. And a good example, I think that one that comes to mind is illegal gun control. That came up a few years ago. We did have a separate discussion on it because it came in through the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and we did take a position to support a resolution that was being circulated nationally. Pardon me.
All right, let me ask Mr. Mitnick, in your, I've been around a little while. I don't recall us actually taking a position, but I'm not saying that we didn't. It's possible I didn't remember it. Can anybody, Ms. Billy Pena, I guess, has better memory than
May I weigh in? We did in 2005, when I was mayor, we adopted a resolution which was the Kyoto Agreement, and it was presented to the U.S., the National League of Cities. We did do that in 2005. That has to do with global warming and climate control.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Minnick, did you have?
Mayor, members of the council, this illustrates that it's highly unusual for the council to weigh in on international or national issues without some sort of link to the city or it being part of the legislative platform. It's not to say you can't do it, but it is highly unusual. Just pointing that out.
Any other questions? All right. Mayor Pro Tem Bill Pena.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm there are three options. One is to adopt a proposed resolution. Another option would be not to do that, but to have the mayor send a letter. And then the third is not to take any action at all. Is that correct?
Correct, but we could actually do, for example, 1 and 2 would be contiguous. We could do something of that nature.
All right, thank you.
All right, we have 7 speakers. Our first speaker is Howard Bierman, followed by Andrew Orgel.
Good evening. My name is Howard Bierman, and I live in Thousand Oaks. For the past several months, have stood with many of the people in this room on the corner of Lynn and Hillcrest, where we expressed our concerns about what we think is wrong in the country. The ages of the people range from teenagers to people over 80. The concerns were just as varied. But one of the concerns that was common was we felt that our democracy was slipping away, be it local, national, or anything else. It was slipping away. Do you know that there's speculation that President Obama is going to raise $1 billion for his war chest for the campaign? Since the issues of our concerns were so varied, some of us began to think that there would be no solutions unless we took money out of politics. A few months ago, Glenn Kimball, a high school student, came alone to this council and requested the council to pass a resolution supporting a call for an amendment to the Constitution to abolish corporate personhood and the doctrine of money as speech. High school student coming alone to the council. It blew my mind. I think it gives us great hope for the future to see the teens involved. Back to the depressing. Don't you think Governor Romney is going to match the $1 billion in his war chest? $2 billion to elect the president. I used war chest because I wanted to know who's going to win the war. We the people or the donors of the war chest? Could I ask those who came here to support to please stand? Those people, plus the 50-plus signatures on this petition, are the first step in reclaiming our democracy for the people. You, the council, are the second step. Even though your resolution makes no mention of the doctrine of money as speech, pass the resolution and help reclaim true democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bierman. Andrew Orgel, followed by Glenn Kimball.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Andrew Orgel. I live in Moore Park, California, and I'm a Republican. It's come to our attention as a group that some people think that Move to Amend at its core is a liberal movement, and I want to dismiss that myth. The idea that it's a liberal or a conservative idea should not enter into the logic, because it's about whether we're going to keep a republic or whether we're going to move into fascism. As a conservative, I want to conserve our democracy. This movement is made up of a diverse range of people. We have people who are liberals, conservatives, independents, everything in between and sideways. There are rich and poor that are represented here. There are business owners and managers, knowledge workers, students, parents, homeowners, renters, the whole gambit. And in short, the people who make up Move to Amend in Thousand Oaks are the people of this community that you have vowed to serve. And I do focus on the word people, flesh and blood. It's also important for you to know what we are not. Move to Amend, as its platform is presented nationally, we are not anti-business. We are pro-employment. We are not anti-capitalism. We are pro-free market. We are not anti-corporation. We just don't want to be ruled by corporations. And to the staffer who did a wonderful presentation on to gather the information on the subject, I want to thank you for doing that as well. And I also want to make a point that the fact that this is a grassroots operation as opposed to a national conference of mayors shouldn't weigh into this. The gravity of national importance, that we are at a pivotal moment in our country's history, warrants this special consideration to take this extraordinary move, even though it's something that you've only done once. And by the way, Mayor Pro Tem, I will applaud you on your knowledge of this body's history. It's good to know not everything has fallen through the memory hole.
Thank you, Mr. Orgel. Our next speaker is Glenn Kimball, followed by Margaret Edwards. Good evening, Mr.
Mayor
Kimball.
And the Council. I would like to thank you for that wonderful presentation. That was very well done. And I'd also like to thank the Council for considering this resolution. And I and many others, both here and not here, greatly appreciate it. Too long have corporations enjoyed and abused rights that were never meant for them to have. And I'd be very happy to say that Thousand Oaks is on the forefront of setting things right. I've said it before, this isn't happening somewhere off in faraway land. This is happening in every city. This affects every one of us, whether we know it or not. And you saw the people here that supported this. I think that proves my point. And I just hope the Council will make the right decision tonight, and that is to help end corporate personhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. Margaret Edwards, followed by Pamela Lopez.
I am Margaret Edwards. I will not have anything more to say about corporate personhood or super PACs, other than that they seem to me to be wonderful, especially the first oxymorons. And I'd like to make you aware, Mr. Fox, Ms. Irwin, Ms. Noonan, Ms. De La Pena, and Mr. Price, that we are not here against you. We are members of the same very small community in the Conejo that we all love, as do you, I'm sure. And we also love the bigger community, which is our democracy. And the people who are speaking to this issue tonight are talking about the great sadness and fear that they feel, that we feel, because we see our democracy threatened. We feel that we are losing it, the democracy as we know it, and the democracy as it has to be in order to work. So I would like to add one thing that no one seems to have mentioned it yet tonight. I certainly can't match the eloquence, nor do I have the memory bank of Ms. De La Pena or of you. Thank you again. I would like to invite all of you, Mr. Fox, Ms. Irwin, Ms. Noonan, and Ms. De La Pena, and Mr. Price, to join us. I don't know if you're aware of this, but most of the people you see behind you have been standing on street corners, not just occasionally, but every week, whether they felt like it or not, in the rain, in the heat, holding up signs, and we've gotten lots of support. And we have also been criticized for what we are doing, but we're speaking out because that's what makes a democracy strong, and we will continue to do so. And we do it politely, and we do it persistently, and we also go to other communities. We've been in Los Angeles, we've been at Port Hueneme, and everything in between, and we are also aligned with other organizations which are doing the same thing, and I'm sure you've heard about them. And these are all people who are just like you and just like me, and we're all neighbors. We're all in this together. And we wouldn't be here if we didn't feel strongly about that, and if we didn't believe in you, the City Council. We wouldn't bother if we didn't. So please, let's see you. I know you're busy. We all are. And it's difficult to find another 5 minutes to do anything. But come out and spend some time with us, even if it's only a few minutes, and get to know us a little, and we can get to know you better. And maybe we can keep this going until we really take our democracy back. So please, I hope to see you next Saturday at 11 o'clock, for example, at the intersection of Lynn Road and Hillcrest. You'd think I'd know by now. By the way, I'm a resident of 36 years, so I should know that, shouldn't I? And then we can talk about this some more. And I'm going to assume one thing, and that is people of your intelligence and your commitment to serve the community could only take one position on this, and that is the position that we are espousing tonight. So I want to assume that that will happen and be optimistic, and thank you ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Lopez, followed by Nick Kidway.
Good evening. I'm Pamela Lopez. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm here with my husband and my 17-year-old son tonight. I want to thank you, members of the City Council and Mayor Irwin, for hearing us. When I was in elementary school, we were very proud to learn the history of our great country and fully appreciate the democracy that we are privileged to call home. Today, the very thread of our democracy is in trouble, most recently highlighted by the Supreme Court's ruling of Citizens United. The consequences of this ruling have been seen time and again, with millions of dollars from unknown donors being thrown into campaigns. We are rapidly heading into a time where the only people who will be able to be elected to any office are those who are indebted to their corporate and billionaire sponsors. Our democracy and our elected officials must not be for sale. Once that happens, we no longer live in a democracy of, by, and for the people. We live in a country that will be governed by those who serve the highest bidder. The Thousand Oaks City Council has the opportunity tonight to stand for all that is good in our democracy, to be a stand for the future of the United States of America. I implore you to join the communities throughout our great country and cast a vote supporting the resolution to abolish corporate personhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kidway, followed by Kate Pearl.
Nick Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, Director concerned City of Thousand Oaks, Honorable Mayor, Council. I want to thank the Council and the staff for bringing the resolution. It is certainly a step in the right direction, but it's only a small first step. We really need to do a lot more than just resolutions, and it's great that the citizens stand at the corner. I have been there on occasion, but we really need an informed and active community, and more people should be participating in this chamber. By God, things are bad here, and we need input. In fact, your letter, if you send it to Senator Dianne Feinstein, says, and I quote, "The Thousand Oaks City Council recognizes the importance of fair and democratic elections and has adopted its own regulations." For the record, this council, which is a body of 5, has 2 people who are nominated. In fact, just 3 or 4 weeks ago, instead of having an election, we nominated somebody for 3 years. I mean, the founders would be rolling in their graves if they knew this happened, especially when there was intense interest for people to serve. So talk is cheap. If the TOTV will show the minutes that I have, this is from a month ago when you folks came out and spoke. All your names are there, and in fact the minutes of the last meeting, and this will be available soon, and you'll see there will be just minutes but not even one line. And this is the building block of basic democracy. If you cannot have that, I mean, the resolution is not worth mailing to the senator. Edmund Burke said it so beautifully, and I didn't realize that he passed away in 1797. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. And it's unbelievable, but Thomas Jefferson said it beautifully even before our time. I didn't mark it. It's in 1787 that our forefathers felt that in order to become a justice, we have to be able to control the judiciary, because if we don't, we will lose our democracy. I encourage citizens to get involved at the local level, because you can really make a big difference. It's good to be involved at the federal level, but the higher up in government you become, the more difficult it is to bring about change. In this community in 96, the car dealers tried to influence the elections, and they gave $5,000-$10,000 donations and brought in some council people, and there was an uproar, and we passed in an ordinance in 98, but this council refuses to do any change, and right now the incumbents are ruling. So we really need to get citizens involved, and I thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. And our last speaker is Kate Pearl.
Hello. Before I go into what I was going to say, I have a message from my friend Lucas Thayer, who's been here before. He wants to tell you to pass a resolution rejecting corporate personhood and saying that money is not speech, because some people don't have any money. And he would be here, but he's currently at the Ojai City Council thanking them for passing that very resolution. Now, I would like to refer to what you were saying in your definition or explanation of corporate personhood when you gave what some opposers to what we're saying say, that corporations are groups of people and therefore can you have First Amendment rights, basically. Now, I would like to say I've memorized this quote from my, I'm a high school senior, my economics textbook, saying that corporations are considered legal entities separate from their individual owners. So the individual owners don't have any responsibility. And I know we really focus on the consequences of corporate personhood a lot, and those are really important. But in another direction, I would like to point out that just look at what a person is. A person is a beautiful thing. I mean, people have consciences, as Thoreau pointed out in the 1840s, and corporations don't. So it's really highly offensive that something as non-human as a corporation is being even compared to the beautiful thing that a person is. So with that in mind, I would like to tell you to pass a resolution saying that corporations are not people and money is not speech. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have 5 statement cards, and all of them are in favor of passing the resolution. Council comments?
Yeah, I'll begin because I have some thoughts on this. Let me begin by congratulating the people that are coming down and your passion for doing what's right. I don't think anybody could take any kind of exception to good old democracy and advocating your personal beliefs on how you think the country's going or not going. That being said, a number of the speakers actually commented on exactly what I'm kind of challenged with this evening, is that there are good people on both sides of this issue. I can bring in a little bit of my personal experience. Before I was in management with the fire department, I was the president of the union. And if you read this legislation, it also deals with unions as well. And I can tell you firsthand, I understand the dichotomy between organized labor and or corporations and its members. In fact, many firefighters are, without categorizing, more conservative. They tend to go to one political party, yet unions almost across the board send their donations to the other political party, so to speak, because they're the folks that vote on labor issues. So I hope you understand that I understand and get that the people in the corporation or the people in the union, the workers, the everyday folks, may have a different perspective than the people that are on their boards of directors or on their corporate boards. And they sometimes do the opposite thing based on what's in the best interest of that particular interest. I learned a long time ago with the union that if it wasn't an issue that affected firefighters, we stayed out of it. And that brings me to where I am today, is that I fundamentally believe that at least, well, I believe all 5 of us got elected to serve the city on municipal issues and pay attention to what's going on here in Thousand Oaks. And again, I want to emphasize that for me, I don't question whether the right or wrong of this particular issue. And in fact, I think my personal view is not very important on this particular issue, because I'm elected, we're elected to handle issues that come in front of the city council. I think it's a slippery slope when the council starts getting involved in issues of a national nature, dealing with national campaign finance. I've been an outspoken critic of some of the local things that have occurred here with respect to campaign finance. We are at a place today where unless you are an incumbent or you're extremely rich, the reality is it's very difficult to get elected here, even in Thousand Oaks, for what is essentially is a part-time job. I've said that many times. I've said that the campaign finance ordinance that we passed here, while on paper looks good, in many cities and here in Thousand Oaks, it becomes the Incumbent Protection Act, that because of the difficulty in getting your message out when you have campaign finance laws, almost inevitably, the incumbents always get reelected. This is coming from somebody who's been elected 5 times. I encourage people to run for office, and I get big money does control politics. I just think the discussion here with this council is essentially the wrong argument to the wrong people. The people you have listed on the resolution are rightfully the people that need to weigh in on this. Those are people elected to the Congress, United States Senate, because those are the folks that influence and change law that affects the Supreme Court. So I'm not making the motion because I don't feel strongly in terms of influencing the council one way or the other, but I want to look in the eye and tell you that for me, I'm going to vote to take no action tonight because I just believe that the city needs to focus on city issues, and absent human rights or something that would be reasonably argued across the board that everybody would agree with, like help for Katrina or something along those lines, I just think we need to concentrate on city issues. But I congratulate you for your efforts. I think it's great that you go out and do it. In my view, I just think we need to take this message to the folks that are elected to deal with this issue, and that's at the national level.
Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that my comments parallel that of Councilmember Fox. I too appreciate all that you have done. I've driven by the intersection of Hillcrest and Lynn a number of times in the past months and seen you, all of you, or many of you, out there trying to get your message across, and I applaud you for that. I appreciate that you brought something to my attention that I previously had virtually no awareness of, other than to know that campaign finance needed some sort of reform. In my life on the police department, I have to deal with decisions made by the Supreme Court all the time. And generally, they're not favorable to law enforcement. And I know that many times I wish that they were changed as well. And I can't think of an instance where, you know, there's been a constitutional amendment to change it, but I do have to live with them. So I guess I also believe that this is not a local issue, that this is something that is best left to people at higher levels of politics, and therefore I would also be inclined to take no action. Thank you.
Councilmember Bill de la Pena.
The minute the Supreme Court came down with the decision, it was criticized, and it was criticized not only by one party, as it was stated, but it was criticized across the board. I can understand why the U.S. Supreme Court, certain members of the Supreme Court argued their position, but it is, if there's any evidence of how their decision is impacting not only the country, but just our foundation, our democracy, it is this most recent presidential race. Money's being spent on both sides, not only by one party, but now it's going to be everybody. And I can certainly see that trickling down to the local level. This, in my opinion, is not only a national issue, it is something that affects local communities as well. It can affect local communities, no doubt. And it is true. I mean, incumbents in Thousand Oaks are reelected all the time because you need $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 in order to run a successful campaign, and that is shameful. When I look at our neighboring cities, Moorpark, Agoura Hills, and other cities, they spend $5,000, maybe $10,000 on a campaign, and here it is 6 times as much, if not more. So. I've always been critical of the way local campaign finance has been developed, but it is what it is. I certainly would be very much in favor in adopting a resolution, and in number 2, having the mayor send a letter to our federal representatives as well. I think, if anything, it sends a message. It shows that there has to be a limit somewhere. You cannot have unlimited spending on political campaigns, because sooner than later we'll either have an oligarchy or a plutocracy, and a country being ruled by just a few most powerful and wealthiest people in this country. And that is extremely dangerous. So I will certainly...
would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I would make a motion to adopt the resolution and have the mayor send a letter.
I actually agree with Mayor Pro Tem Bill de la Pena. First, obviously, this is largely symbolic, but I do believe that there is a connection to the local level. We have a very strict campaign finance ordinance here in Thousand Oaks because we really want fair elections. We don't want anybody to have undue influence. And I think that the Supreme Court decision does put in jeopardy our campaign finance ordinance. So I will be supporting the motion. Vote, please.
Councilmember Fox, your vote is showing abstain. Is that a no vote? Okay. Then we have 2 yes, one abstain, and 1 no, so the motion passes.
All right, we are moving on to item 8B. Can I have the city clerk please open the public hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8B, an appeal of the Planning Commission decision that approved installation of wireless communication facility at Dos Vientos Playfield. Special use permit SUP 2011-70525, located 402 Calle del Prado. Appellant is Concerned Neighbors, and the applicant is T-Mobile West Corporation. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the council regarding this hearing. All documents for the council and official city records should be presented to the city clerk prior to speaking, and speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record.
Right, and,
sorry. We have 9 speakers, and so the applicant and appellant will both have 15 minutes with a 5-minute rebuttal, and the remaining speakers will have 4 minutes each.
right, Mr. Chu will be doing the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Irwin, members of the council. For your consideration tonight is an appeal of a decision by the Planning Commission approving a wireless communications facility at the Dos Vientos Playfield. This is an aerial photo of the of the location of the proposed project, and to the north is the Sycamore Canyon School. The facility, and this is a view of the site of the Dos Vientos Playfield under construction. The wireless facility was approved for 3 panel antennas on a replacement light pole with vented underground vaults. The antennas are approximately 900 feet away from the Sycamore Canyon School and about 267 feet from the closest home. The distance to the nearest home is comparable to installation of such facility in other park sites in the city. This is a photo simulation of the proposed site coming from Del Prado, and this is a closer look of the facility. This is a similar installation for above ground vents located at the Dos Vientos Community Park. Resolution 97-197 is the city's standards and guidelines for wireless communications facilities, which requires antennas to be installed on existing structures such as field lights in PL zoned property, which is the subject property. The installation has minimal visual impact, except for slight wider pole and antennas attached to it. The facility was deemed in compliance with FCC's radio frequency standards. The project was approved by the Planning Commission on its March 12, 2012 hearing. The appellant stated 3 grounds of appeal for the project, namely ineffective notification, insufficient alternative site analysis, and location of the antennas near sensitive areas. The staff response to these grounds will be discussed in the preceding slides. Appellant stated that school authorities, parents, and teachers were not informed of the proposal. The appellants claimed that there is lack in availability of information for the project and no community outreach was done on the part of T-Mobile. In response to the statement by the appellant, staff accomplished notification of the project in accordance with the municipal code. Notices of application were sent out and a large sign was posted at least 45 days prior to the hearing date of March 12. A hearing notice was also sent 2 weeks before the hearing, and a copy was published in the newspaper. A copy of the notice was sent to the school district, the property owner of record for Sycamore Canyon School. Information of the project was available during the notification period through the case planner. City contact information were included in the notices and the sign that was posted at the park. Staff did not receive any request to review the project. Staff report was posted at the city website and was available at the planning counter on Thursday before the hearing day. Anyone accessing the Planning Commission agenda at the city website can view the staff report by clicking on the subject case, which was underlined in blue. It is worth noting that the project went before the commission that same night, received attention from an adjacent property owner. In that particular case, the neighbor contacted staff immediately after receiving a notice of application, and the neighbors concerned were resolved early on. As far as community outreach is concerned, staff recommends that the applicant approach the neighbors in case for any concerns that they may have, but it's not required by the municipal code. As far as the alternative site analysis, the appellant stated that the alternative site analysis is insufficient and not satisfactory and lacking in transparency. CRPD is the owner of the property and has ultimate control for siting the antennas at the park. CRPD discussed different reasons for selecting this particular light pole, which were discussed in the staff report. Mr. Tom Hare of the CRPD is here if council members have any questions regarding selection of that particular pole. The applicant identified 17 possible candidate sites, including 8 at the Newberry Park Place Center, Cypress Park, Cypress Elementary School, right-of-way on Villa Rio, the Miller Family YMCA, and other sites that at the open space where there's an existing water tank. The city's wireless standards require that the applicant review reasonable number of alternative site analysis. In turn, staff reviewed staff reviews every wireless project to determine if reasonable number of sites were evaluated. Dos Vientos neighborhood is residential in nature, which makes it, which limits the amount of the number of available sites. Staff concluded that a reasonable number of alternative sites were analyzed in conformance with the requirement of the city's wireless ordinance. As far as conflict with portable communication devices, wireless antennas operate on a separate or a different bandwidth than portable communications devices. The project was deemed by staff to be exempt under Section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines. This section of the guidelines allows certain exemptions, including minor improvement to site involving negligible or expansion of use. The appellant stated that no environmental review was conducted on the site. It is their position that Section 15301 of CEQA guidelines does not apply to this project because addition of the antenna array should be considered expansion of use for the light standard because, as the applicant states, and I quote, "A light standard is for illumination, not communication equipment." They also stated that there are exceptions to the CEQA exemption. When the guidelines refer to negligible or no expansion of use, it refers to the overall approved use of the park. Installation of the antennas will not significantly change the use of the park. It will only become an ancillary use on the park. The light pole would still provide light for the park even with the antennas installed. Section 15300.2 of CEQA is the CEQA guideline listing exceptions to the exemptions, and upon review of the exceptions, staff found that none of the listed categories apply to this project. The riparian habitat in the area will not be affected by this project because the project is entirely located within the park site, which has already been previously approved. Environmental impacts from the construction of the park were addressed in the completed M&D for the park, which was approved by the city. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 prohibits denial of wireless facilities that meet RF standards set forth in the said act. RF issues will be discussed by the city's wireless consultant, Mr. Jonathan Kramer. The staff is recommending denial of the appeal, thereby upholding Planning Commission approval of SUP 2012-70525, and I'm now turning over presentation to Mr. Jonathan Kramer, the city's wireless consultant.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Jonathan Kramer. I'm your wireless advisor. I've been reviewing projects for the city for approximately 17 or 18 years now. I'm going to talk for just a couple of minutes about RF safety because that's obviously a concern for the public. And it's been a while since we've talked about it at Council, so I'd like to just take about 3 or 4 minutes to talk about the RF safety process and what our authority is and what our role is in the federal guideline scheme. The slides. And if TOTV would bring up the slides, please. Thank you. So, to frame the discussion, rather than give you a bunch of numbers and so forth, let me put this in terms of a reference here. Let's take a 12-inch ruler. If the point at the top of the ruler is the point where a physiological change can be measured, in this case it's heat, then the FCC had to set its standards somewhere. Its standards are designed to prevent overexposure by the public. So when the FCC set its standards, it set its standards at, its 100% standards at 0.24 inches up on our ruler. So there's a 50 times safety margin that's built into the FCC rules between its 100% level and the point where there's actually a measurable effect. So that's what the federal standard is, and that's how the guidelines are set. What's typical for most wireless carriers is that the actual percentage of their emissions is 1% or less of the FCC's 100% limit. So we're talking about small numbers here. And there are a number of technical reasons why that's the fact, but I won't get into those. In terms of the project before you tonight, the screen shows you actually from T-Mobile's plans the proposed antennas that are on the light standard. And using the FCC's formula and the maximum power to be transmitted from the site, there's a controlled zone of roughly 16.3 feet extending out from the face of the antenna. At any point beyond that point, 16.3 feet, under the FCC's rule, it's less than that 100% level, so there's no time limit restriction, no exposure limits. So even if the antennas were to point straight downwards towards the ground, it still wouldn't exceed the FCC's 24/7 uncontrolled exposure limit, on and on. And to explain why those numbers fall off so rapidly, and this is, I promise this is the most technical math we're going to get into tonight, the inverse square law. If you have some power being transmitted from an antenna, and let's say that in that first box there's a total of 1 watt, then when you double the distance in that same size box, you're down to 1/4 of a watt. You take it out to 3 times the distance, it's 0.11 watts. And it's not like it's losing power, it's just that as the power expands outward in different directions, you still have the 1 watt. So the laws of power conservation still apply, but this is why the numbers fall off so rapidly, why when you transmit power from an antenna, as it's dispersed through the atmosphere and spread out into different rays, that's why it falls off so quickly. For this specific project, what I did was I calculated using the FCC's formula and the information from T-Mobile about the maximum transmission power, and we're pointing now to the proposed antenna locations. The distance to the nearest property line, not even to the building, not even to the residence, but to the property line, is approximately 240 feet. And at 240 feet, the amount of signal there is 0.461% of the FCC's uncontrolled limit. So again, as I was indicating earlier, it's about 0.5%, and it's fairly typical for wireless carriers to be less than 1%. In this case, it's 0.461%. Going up towards the school, the distance to the property line of the school is approximately 900 feet. And at that distance, the amount of signal is 0.033% of the FCC's uncontrolled limit. So we're talking about extremely small numbers here. The actual signal level inside each of the residences, the schools, and so forth is actually substantially less because of the signal dispersing further as it goes through walls. Finally, this is the summation, number 1. As I said before, the controlled zone extends out 16.3 feet from the face of the antennas. That's fully compliant with the FCC rules. At the nearest residence, it's 0.461% of the FCC's maximum. That's fully compliant with the FCC rules. Finally, at the nearest school property line, 0.33, it's actually a little bit less than that, percent of the FCC's maximum, so that's fully compliant. The FCC rules guide us in our evaluation of a project. And courts have said that essentially, and Congress has said this too, if a project is designed to be compliant with the FCC rules, and through evidence is shown, as is the case in this project, really our exploration of that question ends. We're not allowed to adopt our own standards or even adopt the FCC standards. Congress limits our authority to simply determining whether a project will comply. As your advisor, as your independent advisor working for the community, this project will fully comply in all respects with the FCC rules.
Sorry about that. And with that, that concludes the staff presentation, and staff's ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions of staff? Councilmember Bill de la Pena.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for your presentation. I actually would like to have a little bit of background on another cell tower case, the one in North Ranch, which was just successfully concluded. The wireless company came to an agreement with homeowners. They negotiated among themselves, basically. Who was the carrier?
That was T-Mobile.
It was T-Mobile?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did the negotiation take place before they came to an agreement? Does anybody recall? Was it 6 months or more than that?
I think it was probably pretty close to a year.
Close to a year.
From when the city council, in that particular instance, the proposed site was at an intersection with some homes right at the intersection, and the council wanted other alternatives up and down Westlake Boulevard studied, and they did drive tests and looked at alternatives, and told us how tall the tower would have to be at certain locations, and then they finally came to a solution that was around I think about 250 feet from the original location down Westlake Boulevard.
Do we know whether T-Mobile did similar outreach to the homeowners in this particular application?
I'm not aware of it, but they can testify during their testimony.
And the other question I have, site analysis or alternative site number 18. Can we go a little bit more into detail? The Park District was approached about a field light pole at Dos Vientos Community Park, that was an option, but T-Mobile didn't want to have to replace AT&T's field light pole.
Mr. Tom here from the CRPD is here to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Irwin and members of the council. Yeah, to answer your question, Ms. Pena, T-Mobile did approach us about that one, and we said if they needed to go at Dos Vientos Community Center, we have a pole there. They indicated they wanted, and I'm speaking for T-Mobile from my recollection, that was a while ago, but they wanted to co-locate on an existing pole, and the existing pole that we have there is, for lack of a better word, aesthetically not pleasing because it's much fatter than the other poles that are there. So we told them if you want to co-locate there, you're going to have to replace that existing pole with a pole that's slimmer. That's it.
All right, and so I guess I would have to ask T-Mobile then.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Councilmember Fox?
Yeah, let me just follow up because I was looking at option 18 as well. Let me have maybe a question for the city attorney. As I understand it, what that boils down to is, and we'll let T-Mobile give us their reasoning behind that. My sense is probably cost because it involves construction of a new pole. If the council want to explore that option, is cost prohibitive, or is that on the table for us to at least explore as an alternative location? I'm not saying that this current proposal may not be considered as well, but as an option.
As an option, again, I don't know the background with respect to that site either, so we'll wait until the applicant for the wireless facility can respond to that. But co-location, as you know, is something that is preferred as opposed to creating new facilities. And if this is a viable one, then the council has the discretion to pursue that.
Even if it involves some cost.
There's always going to be a cost involved with respect to the wireless facilities. If the wireless carrier believes that it's cost prohibitive, then they would need to provide that information.
All right, very good. That's all my questions. Oh, I do have one. Let me just follow up. I don't know if Mr. Town's the right guy for this, but on option 16, that's in the open space. City does not support placement of facilities in open space when there are other placement possibilities. I know Mr. Kramer's heard me say this a number of times. All you guys are getting tired of it. We need to look at that. We've gone through this. I can't tell you how many cell site hearings I've sat through. While on the one hand, we want to maintain our open space, we'll keep running into these collisions where we're proposing to put these towers in, for lack of a better definition, areas that folks are either going to school, living, going to the park, or whatever. And so while we're now including this as an option, I hope that we're actually evaluating these as alternatives first At least that's my sense, rather than bringing these alternative locations, which almost always have these collisions, where folks are concerned about a variety of things. With all due respect, Mr. Kramer, you do a great job. You've been doing it a long time. You can say all you want till you're blue in the face. There's no safety issue based on, what the regulations are. The folks don't believe you. Not you personally, they just don't believe it. And I've been hearing it over and over again. And so I think council needs to find those other alternatives where, it's a reasonable compromise, rather than have to force a tower in a given area and then maybe get sued down the road, which doesn't do anybody any good. So just some thoughts about that. But Mr. Town, maybe you can, is there something from a design, or maybe Mr. Kramer, from a design standpoint that would make this particular location, because it says open space, and I'm not sure if you're talking to the top of the hill that's out there or where that might go.
Yes, the city's wireless resolution prohibits in open space areas these antennas from being located on ridge lines, and that's where this site was. So
was it the top of that kind of knoll there?
It's over in the Potrero Ridge open space to the east.
Oh, okay, so it's not that, okay.
We have actually evaluated it in the case of the cell site near Westlake and Crest Haven, where we looked at it on a side slope in open space at the council's direction. So that type of a side slope or mid-slope location is actually permitted under our wireless resolution, but not on a ridge line.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I had a question for Mr. Kramer. There's some reference to LA Unified having a resolution to keep a certain distance between schools and cell towers. Do you know anything about that?
Yes. Excuse me. A number of school districts have come out with recommendations for separation. Some school districts, like LA, have decided that they no longer want to have wireless facilities on their property. As a landlord, as a property owner, that's completely within their right, and they can make those decisions for their property. A number of school districts, Les Virginis and so forth, locally here, also have wireless projects on their properties, and some are in the process of making decisions as to whether they want to continue to have wireless or new projects. The projects that are on the properties now are there under long-term leases, so this is just an area that's in flux with various school districts.
And what is the separation that LA is looking for?
I don't know off the top of my head what LA is looking for separation.
It is, putting these facilities near schools, it obviously there's going to be a big outcry. So I think that it's really incumbent upon T-Mobile to look at all alternatives that are, longer distance from the school. And so I am looking also at that 18, if it's just about some additional cost, but it is further removed from the school. It seems like something that should be looked at. And is T-Mobile going to go into the coverage then? What's lacking? Why this tower needs to be placed here?
T-Mobile has a number of representatives here tonight, including technical representatives, so I'm sure that they'll be happy to answer those questions.
And the other thing that I was made aware of is that the Conejo Council of PTAs is working on a resolution for minimum safe distance from schools. So hopefully we have it looks like we have a representative from the Conejo Council, and I assume that they're going to be talking to the school board about that. So this is new information this evening. We'd like to see what the school district comes up with. All right, any other questions? Okay, we have the applicants. The appellant, I'm sorry. The appellant is first. I am sorry about that, yes. And the display reads, the display is saying 3 minutes. It's not displaying properly. You have 15 minutes, and the city clerk has assured me that the timer actually works, even if this display isn't.
Good evening, Good evening, Mayor Irvin and members of the council. First of all, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak here and to represent the concerned parents and neighbors of those rentals. And I also want to extend a personal thanks to city planner, Mr. Chua, and he's been very responsive, and I thank him for also addressing some of the issues raised in my original grounds of appeal. He actually worked pretty late, and he responded my email at 11 o'clock at night. So that is something to be complimented. So I want to jump into the alternative site analysis. First of all, the question we want to ask is whether there's actually a need for coverage in this area. And if, as any typical consumer, you go onto the T-Mobile website, you punch in the zip code 91320, look at the Newberry Park coverage. Pretty much the whole neighborhood is green. And if you go zooming into the so-called coverage gap area, which is along Via Mariano, circled here, the coverage is still pretty green. So we got very good coverage, apparently, according to the T-Mobile website, for voice communication. Now, flip the page here. I'm looking at here, Exhibit A, sorry. If you flip the page here, you look at the data coverage. Also, it's pretty decent for the whole Newberry Park. The service range from 2G to 4G, very good. And then if you zoom in to the so-called coverage gap area, again, along the bubble circle, via Mariano, and you can see the coverage is still pretty good. So I question, what's the rationale for this? Either T-Mobile is in the habit of, lying to its potential customers, or it has gravely misled the city into believing there is a significant gap in service. We believe the city needs to conduct an independent verification of the coverage. Now, the next thing I want to address is the location of the cell site. Now, we all know that this is in close proximity to the Sycamore Canyon School, but what's more, it's also in close proximity to a natural protected habitat. And first of all, let's talk about the school. I hope you all have the opportunity to read through the supplemental packets, which contains a lot of evidence or information for RF emission and its effect on children and health. Even though the FCC has set a limit, that was a limit based on thermal effect. And here we're talking about other kind of non-thermal effects that could potentially affect developing bodies, especially kids in the school. We urge the city to take a stand using the precautionary principle, which states that if something cannot be proven to be safe, we must avoid exposure. A standard set in 1996 is not proof of safety, and it is time that local authorities start demanding better regulatory precautions and protections. The other thing I raised about was the interference to radio communication equipment or emergency devices, emergency communication devices in the school. Mr. Chua is correct that the two radio systems are operating different bands, different frequencies. What I'm questioning is what happens if the cell tower malfunctions and it emits spurious frequencies that could potentially affect the radio communication in the school. So this is pretty bad in terms of emergency, where the school's equipment, which most likely will have the label that complies with Part 15 of the FCC rule that says the device must accept any interference received, including interference that may cause undesired operation. So what that means is that if the cell phone tower emits spurious signal frequencies in emergency or malfunction, it would cause the interference to the school radios. Not only radios, but also any kind of electronics. Okay? So that's definitely another concern. Now, lastly, I want to address the staff opinion on the CEQA, that CEQA was not necessary for this project. The original park plan did not have a wireless communication facility. Adding one is an expansion of use for the site. To further illustrate this point, CRPD did not budget in the lease revenue of the cell site, but now it will. The use of the park is now more than recreation, but it is also going to be used as a commercial installation to generate revenue. My other belief is also true. The addition of antenna to a light pole expands the functionality of the light pole. In both interpretations, the project does not qualify for CEQA exemption, in my opinion. I would like to present Exhibit B right now. Apparently, environment is very important to the FCC. As you can see here, this is a screen print of FCC's website. Environmental compliance for tower siting. And you can read in the highlighted region. As a licensing agency, the Commission, FCC, complies with NEPA, which stands for National Environmental Policy Act, by requiring Commission licensees, applicants, to review their proposed actions for environmental consequences. Furthermore, applicants must determine whether any proposed facilities may affect listed, threatened, or endangered species or designated critical habitat. Now, why is this important? This is important because this site is in very close proximity to a riparian habitat. This corridor, as you can see here in Exhibit C, links the habitat to a pond at the end of the area. And you can see the location of this habitat in close proximity to the proposed cell site. And on the fences of this protected corridor, you can see that a label, a sign, said this is a protected habitat, and it has a federal statute, 33 U.S.C. 40. What it really means is that the federal statute protects this environment, and because it has inhabitants such as birds, amphibian, insects, plants, and it wants to protect it so that they can thrive, and the balanced ecology can flourish. Under the guidance of FCC, it is prudent for us to consider the impact of the cell site because of the potential radiation, not only to humans, but to the habitat, which is only within 500 feet. I want to highlight one study here, as I mentioned about frogs. I like the frogs because they serenade at the night and helps me sleep. Here, in the study done in Spain, scientists raised two tanks of tadpoles. Both tanks were exposed to cellular antennas about 500 feet away, which is the same distance as what we are talking about now. And one of the tanks were protected by a Faraday cage, which shields away radiation. And the other tank was exposed to the radiation. And guess what? 95 or 90% of the tadpoles in the tank exposed to the radiation died. And 4% of the ones that shielded away from radiation survived. 90 versus 4. That is significant. That is alarming. And why is this relevant? It's relevant because in this habitat, potentially, we can find California red-legged frog. According to Fish and Wildlife Services, this frog is threatened. And where can we find them? They are in Ventura County, as listed in the map, as mapping here. So I definitely want to bring this up as an issue. And furthermore, beyond the frogs, this was confirmed also by the local Audubon Society that the conservation chair observed migratory birds in this area. We know that riparian community is very rich in bird life as well. And the migratory birds use the Earth's electromagnetic field to guide their migration path. And with the cell site, with the cellular radiate frequency, it could potentially confuse them. And as a result, if you look at the Exhibit F, the Fish and Wildlife recommends that towers should not be sited in or near wetlands, which in this case is the riparian community we're talking about. Finally, I want to remind the Council's obligation to adhere to the city's general plan, which is Exhibit G. Thousand Oaks is a very unique city. I like Thousand Oaks because it's so green, it has a lot of open space, has a lot of animal diversity. And that is really because we have a very good conservation element in our city general plan. As you read in Section 3, Title L, Wetland and Riparian Area. Wetlands and riparian areas are habitats for many migratory and resident wildlife species. And they're very precious because wetlands, riparian areas, is only 6% of California land area. And more than 1/3 of the state's endangered species are residing in these kind of areas. So 6% of all lands, and yet 1/3 of endangered species. So it's a precious, precious resource. And therefore, the city has a policy to preserve wetlands and associated wetland buffers, to protect the community's wildlife diversity. And to do so, the city is obligated to coordinate with appropriate local, state, and federal agencies that protect and preserve wetland resources when designing and reviewing developments that may impact the wetland. The environmental impact of park construction and M&D did not include a study of the proposed cellular facility. We therefore urge you to deny the current application in consideration of the potential impact to ecology and environment. Let's keep our community and city beautiful and vibrant with ecological diversity. And then I'm going to introduce my next speaker, Ms. Kim Hilbert. She will talk about the alternative site analysis. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us. I'm going to talk about the site analysis, which we believe T-Mobile did not do a satisfactory job on. We believe it was insufficient and it lacked transparency. The reason we do this is if you compare their original site analysis for the tower that they wanted to have on Kimber Drive to their site analysis that they did for our park, you'll find some discrepancies there. First, if you look at Exhibit H, it shows the original search string for T-Mobile's coverage need on Kimber, and Exhibit H1 shows their site analysis. And there are 17 sites that are analyzed. It surprises me that 16 of them don't actually meet any of their coverage objectives, which means they really only gave you one in their analysis, which is the one they wanted. But when you compare this to Exhibit H, which is the new search ring in Dos Vientos, you'll see that the search ring for T-Mobile is now much further north and to the west of the original Kimber ring. However, of most importance, we find that the new site analysis is almost identical for both coverage objectives. This means that of the 18 sites selected, 16 of them are exactly the same. So how can us be doing our homework as T-Mobile claimed in the Planning Commission hearing? Sites for the Kimber location were not viable options then, so why would they be included in the Dos Vientos search ring when it is further away and separated from the area by a ridge? This is what we teachers call turning in the same assignment for a completely different homework job. And it would, in my classroom, get a big do-over written across the top. And I think that's what you need to do to that. With regard to Section 5N of the city's standards and guidelines of wireless communication facilities, it states that the analysis shall address the potential for co-location of the proposed facility at an existing approved site. It also says the city may obtain an independent verification of the analysis at the applicant's expense. We believe that an alternative site analysis provided by T-Mobile lacked transparency, and we are requesting that the city verify their analysis and include projections for the co-location at Dos Vientos Community Park, which was conveniently omitted in their original analysis. T-Mobile also argues that they have a significant gap in coverage in Dos Vientos, but we want to know how T-Mobile defines significant. T-Mobile's own website claims that T-Mobile covers 96% of Americans, and we got you covered where you live, work, and play. So we want to know what percentage do they have covered in the city of Thousand Oaks. The December 2001 City of Thousand Oaks memo on over-intensity of wireless communication facilities stated the following, which included a report from Mr. Kramer, that most carriers had already achieved their minimum FCC coverage obligations in this area, allowing the city to utilize more discretion in reviewing new wireless facilities. To quote from Mr. Kramer's letter, which I have here, it says, when a carrier is in compliance with its federal build-out requirement, any additional STPs granted by the city should be subject to the city's discretionary permitting process with no consideration given to the fact that the applicant is operating by virtue of its federal grant of authority. This means that you could set some limits and standards. You need only have the courage and the foresight to take action.
We are available for questions, I guess.
Do we have questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Good evening. Thank you for doing so much research to make your case. Of the alternative sites that have been presented to us, is there any one that you think might work best, regardless of cost?
Anyone that might work best. I think none of them would work best. I think this is an issue of how to keep them further away from anybody, from everybody, right? So we haven't explored everything. I mean, I don't want to be limited. I don't want to be limited to what's listed on the table. Like we talked about earlier, there could be open space possibilities too. So
The issue with the alternate site analysis, the 18 sites that they analyzed, 16 of them were completely unusable because they were on the other side of a ridge, which T-Mobile had to have known because it was the same ones they analyzed when they did the Kimber Drive. So in reality, they really only analyzed about 3 in the Dos Vientos area. So we would actually expect that they would go back and analyze some more in our area to see what other options there might be and to work with the residents to see where are the best options that place this the furthest from our homes and the furthest from our schools, because that's the utmost concern to us. So we don't want to just throw this over at the community park one because that seems to be the easiest, although I'm sure it's also the most expensive for T-Mobile, which is why they don't want it there. But we want some real options, which we weren't given in this process.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. And now we have the applicant. The applicant has 15 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Irwin, City Council members, staff. Thank you for your time here tonight. My name is Walter Gurecki. I work for Synergy Development Services and represent the applicant T-Mobile Wireless, or excuse me, T-Mobile West Corporation. I think Will did an excellent job describing the design and the placement of the facility, so I'm not going to rehash that and waste your time with that. The reason why we're here tonight is we're here to help improve telecommunication infrastructure within the city. It's good for residences, it's good for businesses, it's good for the city as a whole. We spent a great deal of time and effort on this project. Careful consideration was given to the site selection and placement of the proposed facility, taking into consideration your code, what the property owners would allow, and what would fulfill the need with the coverage objective for T-Mobile. This location is an integral part of the T-Mobile network and is needed to fill in a gap of coverage to the surrounding area. The network is carefully designed by RF engineers, taking into consideration other existing facilities and provide continuous coverage from site to site. T-Mobile is a registered public utility licensed and regulated by the California Public Utilities Commission and Federal Communications Commission. As a public utility, T-Mobile is licensed by the FCC to provide wireless communication services throughout California. T-Mobile is dedicated to providing customers with wireless technology designed to enrich their lives and provide more. Efforts are currently underway to build this infrastructure within the city. Wireless communications continue to change the future of telecommunications with easy-to-use, lightweight, highly mobile communication devices. Wireless communications provide voice, email, internet access capabilities for customers' communications needs virtually anywhere and at any time. This is extremely important now in residential areas because there is a trend of people leaving their landlines to use only wireless devices. Wireless communications, they're no longer a luxury, they're actually a necessity. Benefits for site placement include call privacy, security, improved voice quality, and an expanded menu of affordable products and services for personal and professional communications needs. These wireless networks even feature a locator device that will connect 911 calls to local police and fire departments. In the event of emergency, specially equipped emergency vehicles will be able to identify a customer's location once the call is received. I'm sure you've heard of issues where people have been kidnapped or people have been lost or hurt where this has come in handy. The proposed facility will provide an integral link in T-Mobile's proposed city network and is designed to provide coverage in the immediate surrounding area and to connect to the next site proposed to the east, which is at Newbury Park Plaza. At present, T-Mobile is experiencing coverage problems within the surrounding area and has provided radio frequency propagation maps to show a detailed overview of the proposed facility's range, coverage areas meeting this objective, and justifying the need for the site. A very comprehensive alternate site analysis was completed, which analyzed all reasonable solutions for site placement in this area. Additional analysis was completed after the Planning Commission's approval of our project and subsequent appeal. This additional analysis was completed by an independent third party that verified the need for site placement, reanalyzed the two nearest alternatives, and concluded that the proposed location is the least intrusive solution. The location, size, design, and operating characteristics of the proposed facility will not create unusual noise, traffic, or other conditions or situations that may be objectionable, detrimental, or incompatible with the surrounding land uses. The proposed use is consistent that the proposed equipment associated with the telecommunications structure operates quietly and virtually noise-free. The equipment has been vaulted to negate visual impacts. The equipment does not emit fumes, smoke, or odors that could be considered objectionable. The telecommunications facility is unmanned and only requires periodic maintenance. The proposed communication facility will not result in conditions or circumstances contrary to public health, safety, and the general welfare. Now, with some of the comments that were made earlier this evening, there was a question with regards to Dos Vientos Community Park. I've actually been very involved with site placement within this community for some time. We actually had a proposal that was before City Council for Christ King, which was denied. Part of that issue and coverage objective for that site placement changed. There was an existing search ring that was issued actually close to Dos Vientos Community Park. That had to move over to this area near where this park placement is to provide continuous coverage to the new site placement at Newbury Park Plaza. So, you know, all sites have been considered in this area for placement. The reason why I considered and used all of the previous alternate sites was to make sure nobody came back and said, hey, you left something out. So I included them because it was part of the original search ring placement that actually originated from and derived this site need and this site placement. With regards to Dos Vientos Park and the placement there was a question about co-location to an AT&T facility. Cost isn't an issue with regards to co-locating to an existing facility. If we've got to replace a pole, we've got to replace a pole. We're putting in a new pole or proposing to put a new pole at Dos Vientos Playfield. The cost is pretty much the same. There's a little bit additional cost for structural, but it's not that big of a deal. So cost isn't a factor. And originally, when the site search ring for this location was over at that park, the park was approached at that time for site placement. They didn't want us there at that time. They actually said, hey, we've got a new park that's coming into place. We want you over here. So as part of the denial and placement of Christ King, we were looking at this site placement as the best solution for the community as a whole. It's the furthest from residential where we can go out of any of the possible placements. Dos Vientos Park, those sites are no further away from residences. They're not visually any less or more intrusive. They're the same. So co-locating or going over to one park is just kicking the can down the road. The question I would like to point out is whether this site is the least visually intrusive. The question was asked to the appellant, what other location would you like to see them go to? And from what I understood, an option wasn't given. All properties where we can actually place a wireless facility were considered. There are no places that are further away from residential property that we can go. With regards to the coverage maps that are on the T-Mobile website, they're called PCC maps. Those are anticipated coverage. They're not used with the most stringent engineering tools that we have to determine need for site placement. There are disclaimers that are on that website. They're used and smoothed and contoured, and the depth is not as precise as the maps that are provided as evidence for the propagation need or the coverage need for this location. Propagation maps were done at this location. A drive test was actually done, which is more comprehensive than regular modeling, to show the need for the site here, which was submitted to planning and was reviewed by your wireless consultant. A good way to look at it is kind of when they smooth over and they use these PCC maps, it's like if you take a photograph of a picture and then you photocopy it at 200 DPI versus 1200 DPI. It's not as accurate, and those PCC maps are used for outdoor coverage. They don't include indoor coverage. They don't include in-car coverage. They don't take into consideration foliage or surrounding houses. T-Mobile asks that you approve this project and adopt the resolution denying the appeal, thereby upholding the Planning Commission approval of SUP 2011-70525. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have, and I'd like to reserve the rest of my time for further rebuttal.
Councilmember Fox?
Sure. First of all, how do you pronounce your name, sir?
Walter Gorecki.
Gorecki?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gorecki, the a couple of points that you raised in your presentation. One was the alternative site 18, when you first approached the Park District, you indicated at that time the Park District was looking at the current proposed location. Is that correct?
The original approach to the Parks Department was for the search ring before it was moved, which was located over by that park. That park and that location is a completely different coverage objective than where we are. That site placement there is not going to work for us to fulfill the need and the gap in coverage that we have.
Okay.
We've got radio frequency engineers.
Hold on. You need to slow down.
Sorry.
Okay. And let me just say, I know this is, this is what you guys do. You do this all the time. You do this in other communities, and it can be frustrating because, in a sense, you're moving around. It's a bit of a moving target. The only thing I'd ask you is once these facilities go in, they're in forever, and so I can only speak for Thousand Oaks. We want to get it right, and sometimes it takes time to do that. So I appreciate you working with us here. When you say it won't work, keeping in mind, I'm going to ask Mr. Kramer the same question when we have follow-up. What do you mean by it won't work?
If we co-locate it to an existing facility like the AT&T facility, which has two sets of antennas that are double stacked on top of each other, we have a separation requirement from T-Mobile's antenna placement to AT&T's antenna placement. At that location and placement with where that is, it will not reach and meet the coverage objective to fill the gap in coverage for the need that we have now.
Okay, so that's not what it says in our staff report in terms of why it won't work.
I wasn't fully comprehensive with all of the reasons why it wouldn't work. I chose one and put that down to kind of keep it short, but there's multiple reasons.
Okay. So we're going to have a little more information on that because, you helped prepare this report, and in fact, you probably wrote it, or somebody did, and what you're saying now in testimony is that, well, the information we gave here is only partially correct. Coverage is really the big issue. So we're going to have to take a look at that because, and that's going to require an independent analysis from somebody that tells us, it maybe it's not exactly what they want, but it's close to what they want. In terms of coverage, for the layman, and we have some maps here, how much coverage do you lose if you move over to the Dos Vientos site?
I would have to defer to the RF engineer to let him answer that question.
Okay. And then one of the things that makes this alternative site, at least on the surface, appealing is we already have existing cell sites there. And so it would be difficult to say that it's in some way it hasn't acclimated to the community there. Now we're introducing a separate site at a separate location. And if we can kind of keep these things together, it's my experience that it works a little bit better rather than creating new sites. So that would be the answer to, from my perspective, why that might be better. The other issue is the school. Good, bad, or indifferent. People have different perspectives on, the siting of these locations next to schools. I recognize that from a safety standpoint, council is very constrained on what we can and cannot use in terms of our findings, but you sit through the same public hearings we sit through. And so if we can cite it and at least find some reasonable common ground farther away from the school and still meet at least at some level, your needs, I think we'd be remiss in not exploring that. The speaker for the applicant, or the appellant, raised a number of issues in terms of coverage. Do you have an interest on commenting on that?
What specifically are you referring to?
Well, it was his contention that coverage was not an issue for data or phone. And he provided us some maps, and I recognize, there's an interest in their perspectives just like yours, but I'm just, in terms of giving you some equal time, would you like to comment on that?
I absolutely would, and I'm going to readdress a statement that I've already made with regards to the FCC or the PCC maps, which is what he's referring to. Those are used as a sales tool and are anticipated coverage and disclaimers on there. And for the reasons that I mentioned previously, they're not as accurate as a modeling that's specifically done by the radio frequency engineer. And furthermore, we didn't just go with that. We actually did a drive test where we go out there, put an antenna up on a boom, and measure the field intensity and the signal propagation in the area to show the propagation that would be there, as well as the existing coverage that's there. There is a need for the site. There's a gap in coverage. That evidence was provided and submitted to the record and was reviewed by your wireless consultant.
All right. On page 180, the staff report, attachment 12, tell us about alternative 13. How come that won't work? To help you out, that's the YMCA Miller property.
YMCA building was looked at, and it was looked at a second time by RF engineers and an independent third party. In order to place a site on there to reach the most coverage you could possibly have, you'd have to put a 15-foot extension on top of the YMCA. You're going to be approximately 113 feet from residences, which is twice as close as we are currently, and you're also going to be closer to the current school property. That said, putting a 15-foot design on that type of building that doesn't really have any other structures that stick up, from my experience with the city typically doesn't approve it unless it architecturally completely blends in with that placement. That said, we still chose the highest possible point we could place those antennas for a propagation study to see if that propagation will work and meet the coverage objective, and it does not.
Okay, and that was your stated reason, it basically doesn't get you the coverage.
That's correct.
Okay. And just hypothetically, what about the open space?
The open space that is across the street from Rieno that was originally looked at would not fill the gap in coverage of this location. It's a topographically challenged area, and you have a separation of hills from that location to where we are, and it's not going to cover the location.
So that's option 16?
That's correct. And
right, so
furthermore, the city also commented that they frown upon placement in open space, or staff did.
Okay, and option 5. What was the issue there?
Option 5 is actually fulfilling that is part of a complete center by Kimber and Rieno. Several locations were looked at within that park for the original site placement. We now have a proposal in place to go on, I believe it's the Pickup Sticks or the Mandarin Bistro restaurant, which is further down from that site location in the same plaza. So we actually have a facility that is currently proposed in the planning department to have a site at that location. Placing a site there does not meet the coverage objective at this location.
Okay, so it seems to me that virtually every alternative from your representation tonight doesn't meet your coverage objective.
That is correct.
Okay, and you're not prepared. Do you have somebody here that can tell us at what level it doesn't meet the coverage? Is it 100%? Is it 99%? Is it 50%?
I don't know the answer to that question. I would have to defer to our.
But somebody's here that can tell us that?
Sure.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Mr. Kramer, we're going to queue you up or somebody over there to deal with some of these things at the appropriate time.
Councilmember Price?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think during your remarks you mentioned that there were the two nearest alternatives were looked at rather thoroughly, and I have no doubt neither of those fit the requirements.
That's correct. Those two locations is a right-of-way site placement, which again is much closer to residential, as well as the YMCA property that I just described.
What was the first one that you're describing?
It's a right-of-way site placement, which would be going on a street light. It would be a can placed above, on top of a street light. And
where is that?
All those locations at the end of Vio Rio, where it ends and Kimber begins, there is a access gate there where it stops the road.
Thank you.
We'll wait till we're done with the applicant. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Would you like me to defer to the RF engineer to address Mr. Fox's question?
Fox, would you like to talk to the RF engineer now?
I think that might be helpful information prior to the speakers getting up. So, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dinesh, and I'm representing T-Mobile, RF engineer.
Okay, Site 18, what are the issues with coverage there? Exactly how much coverage would you be getting?
To be honest, I am not sure about the percentage, how much coverage would be lost in percentages.
Okay, is somebody here tonight that can give us that answer?
Not in percentages.
Well, in layman's terms, so the council can figure out, your representative indicated that that doesn't give us the coverage you need. If we're dealing at, the 98 or 98%, that might be your perspective, but council might look at, we see this as a good alternative, and we're talking about not a huge impact on your coverage. So, but that's really up to you guys to give us that information.
Yeah, but the whole point is to give more coverage towards the residential area. And if you go onto the ball field, the co-location area, there will be still a gap, coverage gap, significant coverage gap.
So you're looking at 100%?
I won't say 100%. It will be, I would come to around 60% or something. It will still be a coverage gap there.
60%? Of what?
Of the coverage.
Of your circle?
Yeah.
So you're going through all this to get 60% coverage. What are you going to do with the other 40%?
That's what I'm saying. I cannot give you an accurate percentage of what coverage level we will be able to cover.
All right. I'm going to say this, as respectfully as I can. You guys choose who you bring to these hearings. It seems to me, you've been doing this a long time, that is not only a reasonable question, this is an expected question that's going to occur in an appeal process about coverage. And you're taking a wild guess at what the coverage might be. And that's not very helpful, because we're taking this serious. We're trying to give you a fair and impartial hearing, and what you're telling me is you don't know. A basic question.
Wally, would you be able to answer that?
Not looking to beat anybody up, but I mean...
I think the best way to answer your question is to request a continuance and have us do the propagation maps and submit those to the city to actually show it.
Okay. That's your answer.
That is my answer.
I appreciate that. All right. Mr. Kramer, maybe you can shed some light on this.
Do you want me to address all of the questions that have come up so far?
I think just based on the questions I heard, we can start with location 18 as an alternative site. The T-Mobile representative indicated that site, apart from the fact that the location of the school, of the Park District, which we already have testimony, is that the Park District actually will allow the site to go there. The other stated issue is it's a lack of coverage, and so what the council, I think, would like to determine is, in terms of proportion or percentage or whatever you geniuses that are deal with this, what exactly are we talking about?
Well, thank you for the designation. I appreciate that. each wireless carrier has its own target as to how much service it wants to provide where. It's not a federal standard that we're dealing with. So, and those standards, there's not even an industry standard here. So we're dealing with what T-Mobile is trying to accomplish. And as to the percentages that they're able to accomplish from each site, that information is not in the record and has not been developed. So we can't advise you, none of us up here technically or from a planning perspective can advise you as to the questions that have been raised by council so far.
Fair enough.
Mayor Pro Tem Bill de la Pena.
I think this is the first time this happened in all the cell tower hearings we've had thus far. We are learning something new every time, it seems. Mr. Kramer, I was feverishly looking for your letter which was put on the overhead projector, and I know I saw it, and I wanted to talk particularly about the paragraphs which were highlighted in there. Can you please elaborate on that, and has T-Mobile fulfilled this federal requirement?
Yeah, excellent point. That letter from better part of a decade ago roughly, was absolutely correct as the law stood at the time. But the law is not, it changes, it has evolved. There have been a number of major federal court cases that have helped to redefine this particular area since, most notably in the 2005 to 2009 timeframe. So while that letter was correct when written, it's no longer correct, and it's not good advice anymore. In terms of the basic question, whether T-Mobile has met its FCC build-out obligation, that build-out obligation is to keep its license. When a wireless carrier deploys a network, it has to build out a certain percentage just to keep its license. Now, beyond that point, then we get into areas where the courts have given us guidance over the years since 2001.
Okay. And I think that is all I have so far. Thank you.
Councilmember Price.
Thank you. I had one question. I think it's probably best answered by Mr. Gurecki, and I apologize. We should have asked you to sit lower because you seem to be getting a lot of exercise there. But and I think what you said is that if location number 18, if you were to explore that further, that would require a new pole, and I believe you said something about separation between the T-Mobile and the AT&T antennas, and I'm wondering what that separation is and how much taller that pole would need to be, even in order for you to conduct that additional propagation map.
From previous designs that I saw in the city, we typically don't raise that pole higher. We co-locate underneath the existing antennas. Typical separation requirement from T-Mobile to AT&T's antennas is about 4 feet from tip to toe from their antenna. So we'd have to look at the lowest portion of their antenna. The highest part where the T-Mobile antenna could go is 4 feet below that. And there's 2 sets of antennas that are currently on that AT&T pole.
And you probably have no idea which one is on top and which one's below, but you need to be 4 feet away from.
Both of those are AT&Ts. They have 2 sets of antennas that are double stacked on top of each other.
And you have no way of knowing right now what the height of those are?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I just had, did you have additional questions? Yeah, I just had, these hearings are always very frustrating because we can't consider any of the safety issues, but I do want to know, there were presentations by the appellants about the wetlands, and there was a lot of information presented. Is that anything that can be considered?
With great respect to Councilmember Fox, because we have gone over these issues many times over the years, and to the rest of the council, the FCC's rules on the Congress has delegated sole national authority in the area of RF emissions, whether it's for humans, birds, frogs, tadpoles. So our area of exploration is whether a project complies with the federal standard. So to answer your question, no, we cannot carve out and look at riparian issues, animal issues, things like that. We have a box that we work within, and we can't go beyond that box.
And that, again, is the frustrating part for council, that we can't consider any of those issues. And I'll just make a comment again on the co-location. The applicant had mentioned that it's kind of kicking the can to send it back to Dos Vientos Community Park, but we already have, as Mr. Fox said, that we already have buy-in at that location, and for me, that would be, that's definitely something to consider. So, all right.
Madam
Any
Mayor?
other questions?
Yeah. How many speakers do we have?
Not that many. Probably, we have 9 speakers and a lot of written statement cards.
Okay. Folks come down, they've been waiting a while. I just, from my perspective, there's really no possible way we can make a decision on this thing tonight. I have not heard anybody opine that they don't see that a tower goes somewhere. They just would like us to look at alternative places. So we can hear from the speakers, but I'm inclined to continue this item until the T-Mobile can come back with the accurate information on where the coverage is, their maps, and candidly make an appropriate presentation to the council.
I do think, since the speakers are down here,
That's
that
fine.
they should be. Maybe quickly make your point, because it does seem like we're moving toward that. And I think the other reason to look at continuing is also to see what the school district does, and this request by the site council to adopt a resolution. All right, so speaker 3 is Kelly Dodd, and Kelly Dodd will be followed by John Spencer.
I'm Kelly Dodd. I live in Newbury Park, and I can say, as a person who lives smack dab in the middle of their search ring they want to hit, I get excellent coverage by Verizon in my home from the park antenna at Dos Vientos Community Park. So that will work. Good evening, Mayor Irwin and City Council members and staff. My name is Kelly Dodd. I live in the Dos Vientos community and have children attending Sycamore Canyon School. I present to you tonight over 138 signatures from current residents and workers within our community who oppose the placement of the T-Mobile antenna at the new Dos Vientos playfield located next to Sycamore Canyon School, a kindergarten through 8th grade school. We urge T-Mobile to use another viable location that is not near our school. The CRPD has said that the Dos Vientos Community Park Center is a possibility, which is farther from school and has room for T-Mobile alongside the antennas already in use there by Sprint, AT&T, and Verizon. Our school has over 1,500 children who spend the majority of their day for more than 9 months of the year at that location. Our kindergarten playground and classrooms are located on the corner closest to the park. We must make sure there is no possible radio frequency interference for the school's emergency communications equipment and two-way radios that our campus supervision depend on. For our staff and children, the full spectrum of health evidence must be considered. Back in 1997, the National Academy of Sciences and National Research Council report claimed the current body of evidence does not show that exposure to ELF fields presents a human health hazard. 5 years later, in 2002, the California Department of Health Services came to this conclusion. To one degree or another, all 3 of the DHS scientists are inclined to believe that EMFs can cause some degree of increased risk of childhood leukemia, adult brain cancer, Lou Gehrig's disease, and miscarriage. And in the most recent study in 2007, the World Health Organization concluded ELF magnetic fields remain classified as possibly carcinogenic. The WHO has given the link between ELFs and childhood leukemia the highest research priority in its field. They recommended to policymakers that implementing very low-cost precautionary procedures to reduce exposure is reasonable and warranted. Massive advances in technology and science have been made since the Federal Communications Act of 1996. The more recent studies acknowledge a risk. The President's Cancer Study in 2010 concluded that there has been widespread failure by federal regulatory agencies to set safety standards that adequately protect the American public, especially children. We don't know what the evidence will show years from now, but right now our staff and our children need your help to remain at a distance from potential hazards. Behind each of the 138 signatures on the petition are concerned parents. We implore you to use the same stringent guidelines you use with our open space and use the precautionary principle at this particular location to protect our school and our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. John Spencer, followed by Dinesh. Good evening.
Honorable Mayor Irwin, council members, fellow neighbors, I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight in behalf of Dos Vientos. I live in Dos Vientos on Calle Norte. It's a street that tees off of the park. And we're going to hear a lot of stories, testimonies, and evidence in regards to the cell phone tower, radio frequency emissions, and the like. Great testimony certainly from Mr. Chua, Mr. Crema, and Mr. Gorecki from T-Mobile. So there's a lot of science out there, certainly debatable, whether there's a frequency, radio frequency, the risks in regards to that, radiation, the relative risk in regards to that known and unknown. The debate can go on and on. I actually think that a lot of what T-Mobile had presented today helped our cause to repeal this in regards to their coverage and not being sure, and it's a marketing tool. It's not really accurate. Truncating reports saying it's not comprehensive. So we don't really have that information for you right now. The RF technician not really knowing the coverage. Even using scare tactics like saying, well, it's a necessity. Emergencies, kidnappings, and these kinds of things presented to us as citizens in this community is a shame. And then listening to Mr. Chua and Mr. Kramer, it's very important to talk about you doing your job in regards to the policies and being compliant with the FCC regulations. But what about being compliant with the citizens, with the people, with the community? But I understand you're doing that. But even their testimony contradicts the current legislation. Things do change over time. What happens over time gets changed, and we don't know what's going to happen next year or the years to come. We'll talk about the location from some testimonies in regards to not being informed. We understand that. And that's in the past. We can move on. We're all here tonight. We can even talk about less objectionable, less maybe offensive locations, maybe near my mother-in-law. But I love my mother-in-law. She's in L.A. We wouldn't get coverage anyways. We wouldn't get a signal. I love my mother-in-law. Strike that from the minutes. But we could easily find less objectionable places to put this. But really we're here about the children. Robert Kennedy once said, let us dedicate ourselves to what the Greeks wrote so many years ago, to tame the savageness of man and make gentle the life of this world. The great leaders that we know stood up for those very same things, to be the voice for the voiceless, to protect the elderly, to protect the infirm, the sick, the disabled, the poor, the orphans, and the children, to make gentle the life of this world. A mark of a great society, this great city, great individuals, really calls upon us to do the same exact thing, to stand up those that are most vulnerable among us, to be the voice for the voiceless. You know, in a few minutes, sometime, this will be empty. The room will be dark and cold, and we'll go home. We'll think about all the testimony, all the conflicts that we heard, not the coverage is not accurate on the website. It's not really sure. Things are going to change. It's compliant, but there's never anybody no one's going to say that there's no risk. No one's going to say that. We're just being compliant. We're just being compliant. You're going to go home, and we're going to think about what we heard today. And we're going to mull over all these words we've heard, these testimonies. But one thing will ring true in our ears. The children. The children. The children. And then we talked about convening later on with all the information that's here, all the data that's coming towards us, even the reanalysis from T-Mobile, the more comprehensive analysis that they failed to bring tonight. Ringing true to your ears again, you have to ask yourself, what about the children? The children. Am I protecting the children? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. I hate to tell you, but this show is videotaped, and your mother-in-law can go online and look at your statements. All right, Mr. Dinesh, okay, that was just for questions only? All right. And then we have, Jean Chun Zhu. Okay, I got that. I completely massacred that one, so maybe you can give your name and city of residence. I do apologize.
Thank you for giving me this chance to speak for my 3 kids and all their friends in their school. So I have 2 boys and a girl. The youngest is a kindergartner. So every day I send my kids to the place very close to the park they're going to put on this cell tower. I am a semiconductor engineer, which makes communication chips, including wireless chips. My wife is in medical profession. So the first thing I want to talk about is safety. I heard a lot about FCC rules and this paper and that paper. I think we kind of misleading about what is really safety here. So the wireless signal, we know that it affects people. And we know that it affects younger people than older people. And we also know that it affects pregnant women. So when my wife is pregnant, she does not carry a cell phone. We don't do that just because we're silly. We also look at some research. I do communication chips. So I know some FCC rules as well. So the other thing is that you see some research people says it might cause cancer on your head, if you hold your cell phone to your head. But bottom line is all these are saying that, I have to prove this is killing somebody. We know it will affect people. We just don't know how much it will affect people. So why do we have to take the kids, all these children, it's like risk their lives? And a lot of effects, you don't see that until many years later. So you can look at the medical study, but most of them probably study 5 years. But we now know that a lot of effects, you don't realize that until probably 15 years later. So why do we take that risk? Because that's an easy thing. I mean, what's the benefit of taking this risk? The second thing is that it's pretty obvious you have psychological effects. So T-Mobile is trying to make a business decision, want to make some money in our community. But I don't know what kind of business they're really making. At least I know that I'm not going to use T-Mobile if they're going to put a tower close to our kids. And that's at least stands for all the kids, or most of the kids that are going to the school. If they realize T-Mobile is doing that, I don't think it's a very smart business decision. So I really don't want to talk about it too much, about the technical things or the rules, because those are like the previous topic we'll talk about. The corporate is not a person. You just think about dealing with business. But here, I think we do want to talk about person. So I hope that T-Mobile can make a decision more like based on person, not just on business and money. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to remind everybody in the audience today, we've mentioned it before, but because we've been through so many hearings, the City Council, if we would turn down a cell site based on health consideration alone, we would be sued. And so whether there are health concerns or not, we as a City Council cannot consider that. Now, of course, we would love for T-Mobile to work with the community and realize how much angst there is when a cell site's located so close to a school, but that's where our hands are tied. That's where we don't have discretion. So just wanted to remind everybody here of that. Our next speaker is Josephine Louie, and Josephine will be followed by Jennifer Noonan.
Council members, thank you for the time. I know it's really, really late for a lot of us, and it must be for you as well. My name is Josephine Louie. My husband and I have been living in Dos Vientos since 2005. We have 2 children, Our 5-year-old is a proud kindergartner at Sycamore Canyon School. And our younger child turns 3 today, and she's eager to follow her sister's footsteps. I'm asking the council to repeal the permission to install T-Mobile tower at the Calle del Prado Park. I do have serious concerns with the additional electromagnetic field emitted by another cell tower. As you may already be aware of, there are 3. And Dos Vientos is well covered in terms of coverage. And I'm especially concerned of one located so close to my children's school. And it will significantly increase their time and the strength of exposure to the harmful field. This is electromagnetic field. This is EMF. In addition to the RF you have heard about, this is EMF, and this is a known cause of considerable long-term permanent damages to human body as well as animal. I am also very baffled that T-Mobile, why T-Mobile? It is a troubled wireless carrier on the verge of bankruptcy. It has outdated network technology that's unable to keep up with the current requirement of 4G smartphones. And why are they being granted by permission to be installed? They're best identified as a limited function, low-cost carrier. And most of their customers are teenagers for obvious reasons. In the fourth quarter of 2011 alone, T-Mobile lost over 850,000 subscribers that needs high data speed for their mobile phone. And there they're talking about, mobile phone is important because everybody needs it now. Well, you're not covering what we need. And with no next generation network in place and the only national carrier not to offer the Apple iPhone, T-Mobile continues to bleed customer today. And the Deutsche Telekom, which is the current owner of T-Mobile, has spent more than a year trying to dispose of T-Mobile USA so they could exit the U.S. market, and they haven't had any success. So with this very limited and quickly integrated capability, T-Mobile is not an attractive carrier of choice, not just for Dos Vientos, but I question if they are attractive at all for Thousand Oaks. Maybe they are still this year, but by next year they'll be outdated. Nobody would be able to use their service with the need that they have. So why plant a cell tower now at Dos Vientos? I'm asking the council to repeal the installation at the Calle del Prado Park. It's bad planning to provide unnecessary, unneeded service to the community. In addition to that, it makes no sense to install a device that adds no value to the neighborhood, but carry all the risk of harms and health to our children, our environment, and all of our friends. And lastly, I want to wrap this up by thanking the council member, and I want to thank Mr. Chua, who was so responsive and so helpful with all the information. I sincerely appreciate that. And I want to ask you a question. I'm sure all of you have cell phones. How many of you have T-Mobile, and why? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Louie. Jennifer Noonan, followed by Nick Kidway.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. As a teacher and educator, I often tell my students just because you can't see something doesn't mean that it's not measurable and that it doesn't exist. Bacteria, atoms, chemicals, radiation. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. As a scientist, to borrow a phrase from toxicology, the dose makes the poison. Tylenol can alleviate pain. Tylenol can kill. It depends on the dose. And there is no way to isolate radiation, and there is no parent that would submit their child to see what specific dose it would take to go from harmless to harmful. As a mother, it's an experiment that I'm not willing to take for my children or my neighbor's children. My questions to T-Mobile include, what exactly is the gap coverage? Where is it located? What are the percentages that you're discussing in terms of increasing coverage? And I would really like to see a more in-depth analysis. And Sycamore Canyon needs to be off the table. Our children are our future. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have 11 speaker cards, 10 opposed, 1 in favor. All right, we are Gosh, twice. All right, I apologize.
I'm the last speaker,
Very
or?
bad. Mr. Kidway, you are the last speaker.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Save the best for last. Nick Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park. Unfortunately not of Dos Vientos, but close by. Honorable Mayor, City Council. First of all, I do want to thank staff also for doing a wonderful job regarding the green packets and the input from the residents, including myself. Especially helpful was the second green packet, on which staff was put on Friday, which I and probably other people were able to read. And especially enlightening is the report of the German government and the action that was taken. I also want to thank Mr. Lee for taking the initiative and using his checkbook, I think, to bring this forward with the support of a lot of neighbors. I would ask, and I have done it in writing and not received any response, but as is a past practice, that the outrageous fees for appealing should be refunded to him. And I would not ask for a continuance after the debacle that T-Mobile did tonight. Like the teacher said earlier on about a do-over, this should really be denied, and they should really start from scratch because they did not do their homework, and I don't think you have anything to worry about as far as a legal challenge is concerned. I would like to show some background myself. In fact, I have been quiet on this issue for many years in deference to Mr. Kramer. Because he's a great advocate and a great person and convinced me, as he convinced the council, that we really have no say-so on this. But after deliberation and reading the German report, etc., I think it's about time that we take a stand on this, just like you did earlier on about the proposition about corporate personhood. If TOTV can show you my wonderful slides, it's my, if you can see that, that's from my home city of Karachi in 2006 or 7, I think I took that. The arrow in the back shows one antenna, and then the one in the front shows the other antenna. And if you see that, that's basically mixed use, stored at the bottom, and then 3 stories of apartments. And we're talking about mother-in-law. That's my sister-in-law's apartment in the back. So they're putting them right on top. I mean, kids and people are living right underneath it. And the government there also, you know. They care about the people too, but not as much as over here. So that's why I asked that this application should really be denied because there's really alternatives have not been discussed. If you can show the baby with the cell phone. I'm disappointed in the Star blog. Some of the people there, if you read that, I hope people will read that after the hearing. The racism and the NIMBYism attacks on people who are basically just like myself also. I mean, we care about our neighborhood, we care about our children. I would like to make a point which I've done before, but this seems an appropriate time that, you know, most of the people here are engineers and teachers. We are in the age of iPods and iPhones, and in fact, that's what we are discussing. And this sign, I was involved in upgrading it, wasn't done in 1992. We need to change that so that, I mean, if I can just say, there's an opportunity for people to come with an app like a QR code so that people can point it and then go to the website. It will take them to the website. There's a chance for some people to make money. Please do not continue, deny them.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. All right, we have, if the appellant is interested, 5-minute rebuttal, then 5 minutes by the applicant.
Thank you for the opportunity. So first of all, I'm a little bit disappointed that you don't think environmental impact is an issue. It can be considered. Let me show you. With due respect, Mr. Kramer, there is a case law where Here's a put on the overhead here. That there's a in the United States Court of Appeal. There's a case brought to the court by the American Bird Conservancy and Forestry Conservancy Council against the FCC, and actually the court sided with the Bird Conservancy. And here's the press release after the ruling. So let me read this to you, and I will submit it to the clerk for your record. So the statement from Commissioner Michael Copps, this is back in 2008. For years, I have been disappointed with the FCC's failure to get serious about these environmental responsibilities. Now, the DC Circuit has affirmed something this agency should have acknowledged a long time ago, that the National Environmental Protection Act, the Endangered Species Act, and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act require the FCC to take a hard look at the effect of communication tower on migratory birds. Yesterday's decision should be a wake-up call to this agency. It is time to stop acting as if the problem will go away if we just keep kicking it down the road, as we move forward to the steps that the court has ordered us to take. I hope we will live up to the letter and in the spirit of the environmental statutes Congress has given us. This means more than just checking the boxes required by the statutes. It means taking a thorough look at whether our rules and practices contribute to millions of needless bird deaths. I look forward to working with my colleagues to accomplish this important and time-sensitive work. So this is a case law that I think the city can stand on. Further, I want to address the alternative sites. It was kind of interesting how the open space was not really considered. I think because as a city in the resolution 97-197, that is an alternative. And T-Mobile in the site analysis did not really include the open spaces further to the north or to the west of the search ring. So let me also. And it's also interesting how T-Mobile did not address any environmental impacts in their statements to you. So I want to close by reading this off. I really don't want this to become a not in my backyard issue, because it will be in other people's backyard. Those people could be my neighbors, my colleagues at work, my friends. And we need to actually work with the applicants, all wireless applicants, such that this is not in anybody's backyard. I think the city should work with the wireless carrier to work with their vision and rollout plan so that we can be more constructive as to where to locate the cell towers. Do it in one application for all wireless carriers. And then we don't have to deal with this side-to-side issue. And that's a waste of staff's time, waste of the citizens' time as well. There are two questions here that may actually give that we need to have answers. Number one, and that is still not very clear, as Mr. Kramer said, the law has changed. But do we really have to fulfill the 90 or 100% coverage gap? We don't. We probably don't. Okay. And then, I'm an engineer myself. My degrees are in biomedical and electrical engineering. I have many opportunities to work with biological and electrical engineering systems, and my job requires me to interface the two. And when there's in doubt, we use precautions. The proposed location is not appropriate because the school and the habitat. Okay? The applicant's failure to follow FCC guidelines as well as the recommendation of the Fish and Wildlife is enough grounds to deny this application. With successful prior case law, the city is on the solid ground to defend itself and its citizens. On the other hand, I trust T-Mobile will reevaluate its practice and be a responsible corporate citizen and be conscious about our environment and community concerns. Rather than being a corporate pariah and threaten cities with lawsuits, T-Mobile can become a welcome partner of our communities by working more with the constituents and being more transparent with its planning and strategies. T-Mobile, this is how you win hearts from the communities and from the consumers. I especially asked this council to deny the application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have 5 minutes by the applicant.
Thank you. I'd just like to place on the record that placement at the Dos Vientos Park will not diminish the need for a placement at our current location. The gap in coverage, the denial of the Christ King placement in part created the need and the gap in coverage for the site placement at this location. And this location was part of the settlement agreement with the city. As far as, not being prepared to provide percentages for gaps in coverage, it's not something that's required by the code, so I wasn't prepared to provide that information to you. That said, I want to make sure that I do provide the information to you that you are asking for. So I'd like to get clarification on that. My understanding is that you're asking for what percentage of coverage would be met if the site is placed over at the Dos Vientos Community Park. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'll let you go ahead and conclude your comments because it's your rebuttal. And then
Understood.
I'll put it on
Understood. I appreciate that.
No problem.
And we will go back and provide that information, and we do request a continuance in good faith for that. Thank you. I conclude my comments.
Okay. Do we have any questions for staff before we close the hearing? Of the speaker? Oh, we have a question for the speaker. Right.
Actually, this was of the appellant.
Of the appellant, okay.
Yes.
The last article that you put up there, and this is not meant to be confrontational, but I think when you slid it down, I saw that was talking about collisions with towers and not necessarily from RF emissions.
Right. The reason the birds collide with the towers is they lost their orientation. The cell tower generates a radio frequency that will interfere with the Earth's electromagnetic field. And so the birds are disoriented and they will collide with not only towers, anything.
Okay.
That's the issue. And that's why the Fish and Wildlife is taking such a serious stand on it, and they recommend no towers near wetlands or bird habitat.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena?
Yes, I did have some legal questions for the city attorney in reference to some of the comments made tonight. Namely, the appellant is asking for a denial and the applicant is asking for a continuance based on the fact that we have completely insufficient information to make a decision tonight. Is it possible to approve the appeal and, in essence, have T-Mobile start from scratch?
Well, there's always legal risks with doing that, obviously. As previously mentioned, the reason why this site is being looked at is because it was based on a previous denial. The information that's requested, I believe the applicant has and can provide it, and typically, if an applicant who has a due process right to have their entitlement considered request a continuance, typically cities will grant that continuance to provide them an opportunity to provide that information. So from my perspective, it would be better to err on the side of caution and continue it rather than come out with a foregone conclusion and deny it based on the history of this particular cell site.
The history of the cell site as well as the history that we've had with T-Mobile?
Yes, the history we've had with T-Mobile, and actually regardless of whether it's a wireless facility applicant or a landowner, typically when they have an application pending and they need additional time to provide information, the city usually grants that discretion as long as it's not, a continuous request for continuances.
I see. Thank you for the information. I just wanted to stress again to everybody there that I certainly sympathize and empathize with you regarding possible associated health risks, but we cannot violate federal law by ruling based on health risks. That is completely out of our hands and cannot at all be considered in our decision as incredible and impossible and outrageous as it may sound. EMFs, any sort of electromagnetic fields, emissions, none of that can be considered in this. Thank you.
Okay, the city attorney has a clarification.
Yeah, I just wanted to request clarification from Mr. Gurecki. Well, you moved to the front row. In your request for continuance, I just also need, as you know, we have the FCC shot clock rules that are in place right now, and it's my understanding by requesting this continuance, you'd also be in agreement to toll the shot clock.
That is accurate. We agree to waive the shot clock with our request for continuance.
Thank you so much.
Ms.
Did you have an
Bilbao
additional
Peña?
question for me?
Yes, would you be willing to work with the the appellant and neighboring homeowners to find some sort of common ground as you did with the residents over in North Ranch?
Always willing to meet with the community. You know, originally when the site placement was there, we had no expectation there would be any opposition for the site placement. There's 3 other sites that are placed a mile away. So really didn't expect for that to happen. Be more than happy to meet with the opposition.
And I'd like to, I would like to also add, there's a lot of concern from the school, and they're looking at doing their own resolution. So maybe you can work with the site council or the Sycamore also, and listen to their concerns.
I'll express your comments to T-Mobile and let them know
Okay.
that.
Well, do you have any questions? Otherwise, we're closing the hearing.
Nope, you close the hearing and all.
Any other questions? All right, then we're closing the hearing.
Right. I'm going to move to continue this to a date uncertain at the request of the T-Mobile representative to allow them the opportunity to provide council with supporting data for the alternative site analysis. Most specifically, site number 18, but other alternatives as well, and to provide sufficient time for the city's independent analysis and the city's contractor to review those proposals and review that information prior to coming back to the city council. Just by way of the community, I think you guys did a nice job of, factually presenting your information. I think the concerns about the placement of this proposed site next to the school, while we recognize that, I think it's been stated a number of times, and I think as you're acknowledging, the council is constrained by the criteria that we can use to evaluate these. And so we follow that. We follow that. I've said many times it's easy for the council to grandstand on a variety of issues, make it look like we're fighting for you, then we get sued, we lose, and then ultimately things happen and we don't have any control over it. So it's not a good strategy to do that. I think the approach that we're taking certainly meets T-Mobile's request for a continuance. Ultimately, we may get to a place that already has existing cell sites that, while not perfect, obviously everybody can live with it, and I think that's the best you can do in situations like this. So with that, I'm going to move for the continuance and thank really all the parties for how they represented themselves.
Any comments? And I'll reiterate, I'm going to support the motion, but it would be, to me, it's in your best interest to work with the community on this one, work with the school, and see if we can come up with something that makes everybody feel better about that cell tower. Vote, please.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, we are going to move to item 12A, because Ms. Bilda Pena, you're going home after this?
Yes, I will be.
Okay, so 12A is, those are my council member assignments, and you can read the report.
Thank you for moving this up a little bit. Yes, I'm under no grand illusions here, but I thought I'd nonetheless make a final effort to see if some of the committee assignments could be changed. Let me see. With the former council member Dennis Gillette's retirement, there were several openings, and the mayor requested that they be filled by other council members, and our preferences were submitted, and I had chosen, given an interest or chosen 3 committees. I was picked for one, which is the Arts Commission. And at the time when I submitted my preferences, I was informed by staff that we're missing Councilmember Fox. I was informed by staff that no decision had been made regarding VCTC, and I didn't realize that there was a race for the time. I was told by Mr. Mitnick that there had been no selections made, and I said I would be available to attend VCTC. And Mr. Gillette, Mr. Glancy had already, he's been on, I think he is on 14 committees. I believe that I'm on 6 perhaps. I haven't counted them all. And I just wanted to, again, make my case to be appointed to VCTC because that is something that I'm very interested in. It is something that I can attend. And I thought it would be fair. The reasons, and I apologize if I'm not really completely coherent tonight. I'm just really not feeling very well. But it was explained to me that Mr. Glancy was chosen for the Ventura County Transportation Commission because he said first that he wanted to attend, and I was second, probably behind by, I don't know, a couple of hours or I'm not quite sure how much. And so I don't know exactly what the criteria is. Is it first come, first served? Because the other committees, I obviously turned it in before Mr. Price showed his interests, and I wasn't chosen for those either. So I wanted to see if there is any consistency, and is Mr. Fox going to be voting on this as well?
I think we have a quorum here, so.
Okay. All right, because I wanted to make sure that every council member was going to be informed of this. I think, given the fact that I am the mayor pro tem, that I have been on VCOG before and other community organizations, and the fact that my distinguished colleague, Mr. Glancy, is on so many other committees already, 3 times the committees that I am on, that it would only be fair to allow me to serve on the Ventura County Transportation Commission.
And I appreciate that. As I mentioned to you, I put Dr. Glancy on there because he is currently on VCOG, and he's on a number of national and state committees on transportation. So that was the reason he was on there. I did talk to him to see if he would be willing to give up the position, and he offered you RDP 21, and I know that that doesn't fit with your schedule, so I do apologize, but this is the final list. So.
Okay. I mean, this council has never chosen me for anything in the 10 years that I've been on here. And as I said, I'm not under any illusions. And it is what it is. But Mr. Glancy has 3 times the committee assignments that I do. And yet you are the mayor. You can change it if you want to. And I know you want to do this with the input from other council members. But I think that that is something that needs to be brought out. I don't want any tit for tat, but it's unfortunate that there seem to be different criteria for choosing council members. First, it's first come, first serve, and then it's something completely different. And I'd like to see some consistency there.
All right. Thank you. Can we have a vote, please, on the council assignments?
I would like to have some input from some of the other council members.
Okay. Does any?
I mean, and it's you who was on VCOG, not Mr. Glancy, right, Mr. Price?
Yes, I don't know if Dr. Glancy was on VCOG before I came aboard, but
I was on VCOG many years ago when I was still allowed to be serving on different committees.
I mean in the immediate past, whether that was Dr. Glancy or whether that was Mr. Gillette. So as the freshman council member here, I don't feel as though I have enough information to really make any decisions on this.
Mr. Fox? No comment at all. Okay, so we're continuing with this system of not having a really fair system then. Okay.
it's unfortunate that there is a characterization that it's unfair. Well, that's certainly a perspective. I think the mayor, as in many years past, makes the council assignments. For the most part, they're not everybody can serve on everything, and in this particular case, the mayor's I think made reasoned arguments, reasoned reasons why appointments have been made. And from time to time, people have had a different perspective, including myself. So the other thing to point out is that the consistency with respect to people's participation in the commissions is something that to be looked at. And so I think when we start overriding the mayor's recommendations, there needs to be good and compelling reasons, and I haven't heard any. I recognize you're disappointed. That's not a good and compelling reason.
As I said, I'm not under any grand illusions, so it is what it is, and I guess it will continue as is. Thank you so much for at least listening to me. You all have a good night. I have to excuse myself now.
Vote, please. And after Ms. Lawrence announces, then we are going to take a break.
So Councilmember Bill De La Pena is not voting. The motion carries 3-0. Councilmember Glancy and Bill De La Pena absent.
Yes, we're taking a break right now. Department Report 9B, request to allow concurrent processing of entitlement applications for assisted living facility with zone change. And Matt Chang will be doing the presentation.
Good evening, mayors and members of the City Council. For your consideration, the applicant is requesting concurrent processing of entitlement application for assisted living facilities. If the request is approved, the applicant may file the entitlement applications. The full package will be referred to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation to the City Council for final decisions. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff's available for any question.
Matt, that was 9B, right?
Yes.
Okay, the slide that was up was for VCTC.
I'm sorry, there's no slide for this presentation.
Because of the late hour, they're available for questions.
I actually did have a question of staff, and this seems kind of like an odd location for a assisted living facility. This is the assisted living facility, right? Yeah. Have there been any issues with the neighbors?
At this point, what the applicant is asking the council for concurrent processing, and city has not processed the zone change application at this point, so notice application hasn't gone out at this point.
Okay, so we will hear later on how appropriate this is for the area.
If City Council approve the concurrent processing, the zone change as well as the special use permit application will be processed, and the notice of application will go out to the surrounding neighbors. And at that time, City will get the comment from the surrounding neighbors regarding the potential project, and the project will be sent to Planning Commission for review and consideration, and City Council will get the final determination of the project.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Do you have a motion? Mr. Price?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move staff's recommendation to allow the concurrent processing of the entitlement application and the zone change application.
Vote, please.
Motion carries 3-0. Councilmember Glancy and Bill De La Pena absent.
All right, we're on Department Report 9C, request to initiate amendment to land use element of general plan from industrial to institutional, and Ms. Leopold will be presenting the report.
Good evening, Mayor Irwin and members of the City Council. For consideration this evening, a request for concurrent processing of institutional entitlements in association with the initiation of a general plan amendment for a 5.6-acre portion of an overall parcel totaling 54.3 acres of land located at 3499 Grande Vista Drive. This parcel is located at the western terminus of Grande Vista Drive, which is a frontage road on the north side of the 101 freeway west of Wendy Drive. On April 13, 2009, Planning Commission previously approved entitlements for construction of a 2-story commercial office condominium building. The approved project has not been constructed due to market conditions, and the applicant now intends to pursue a request for an assisted living facility using essentially the approved building plans with some modifications. The developer of the property is requesting that City Council initiate a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from industrial to institutional, and this is for the limited developable portion of the 5.6 acres, while the majority of the property of 48.7 acres will remain as open space. The developer also plans to process a companion zone change from M1 to PL. This is much like the previous request, where the council will have the final determination of this project. And the developer is also requesting concurrent processing of the entitlement applications with the general plan amendment and zone change. Staff has reviewed the request and believes that concurrent processing will be beneficial in evaluating the requested land use and companion zone change, and will provide a more efficient review process in order to consider the proposed assisted living facility. This concludes staff's report. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Leopold. In the supplemental are the ex parte communications, and do we have questions of staff? Right, we have one speaker. Well, although there's 4 people listed on the card, so I don't think it's
broken down first, second, third, and fourth away.
I beg your pardon? But how much time do they have? How much time do they have? Should they all do separate? If you're on different, you're going to have 2 minutes because you're all 2 minutes total because you're all on the same card. If you each want to, or 3 minutes total. If you each want to fill out your own card, then you can speak for 3 minutes each.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Irwin. We were thinking of just being available for questions.
Oh, that's ideal. Okay.
Yeah. Considering
that.
the hour.
All right. So we see.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd like to say that my name is Frank Marasco. I'm the developer. We have the civil engineer, the project architects, and Dr. Lauren LaBelle, who is the chief of staff at Los Robles, who is also part of the project. So if anybody has any questions, and Dr. LaBelle's practice is in, neurological and treating these conditions in elderly people, you might want to ask him any questions in that regard too.
I do not have any questions.
Okay.
Questions? No, I think we're just moving on then. Would somebody like to make a motion?
Let me move to approve the staff recommendation to request for concurrent processing entitlement applications for assisted living and a zone change concerning 4.7 acres of land.
Have you been waiting here the whole time? Oh, would you like to say something? I feel kind of bad. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for being so patient. We do apologize that it was a very long evening. So
That's my motion.
If there's nothing you would like to say, then let's have a vote on the motion.
Just a point of clarification. You said, Councilmember Fox, I think you said 4.7 acres. Isn't it 5.6?
Oh, okay.
Just to be
You're on the
wrong page.
Next
Okay.
one.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for that clarification.
Vote, please.
Yeah.
All right.
Motion carries 3-0.
Okay. Mr. Kettle's been waiting for a very long time, too. Department Report 9D, Ventura County Regional Transit Plan Update. And Mr. Spurgeon is going to be doing the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will be very brief as well. Mike Hauser will also be assisting me. This item essentially is before you. It's an update. There was a change in state law the last couple years that affects how we use our gas tax. In a nutshell, it requires us to be moving more toward a regional transit program for transit services in the county. There's a lot of moving pieces still going on, including a new bill just recently introduced by Assemblymember Doss Williams. But we are moving ahead and taking the necessary steps. Mike Hauser will be giving you a little bit more detail, but again, very brief. So this is just an update on where we're at with this regional transit study we've been working on with the other cities and VCTC.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, by way of background, just a reminder to you that we basically have services in the East County that are operated by each individual city, and in the West County you have a JPA that consists of the cities of Oxnard, Ojai, Port Hueneme, and Ventura. Services in the Heritage Valley are provided by VCTC through VISTA. As referred to, the new legislation is SB 716, which was enacted by the legislature, that basically requires the city to spend all of its Transportation Development Act funds on transit. Our current policy and practice right now is to spend a portion of those funds on transit, the majority of the portion on transit, but some of the funds are used for streets and road maintenance. As a requirement under the Act, or under the SB 716, a regional transit study was conducted for the purposes of reorganizing transit in Ventura County. That process has taken about 18 months and culminated in the April meeting of VCTC with a plan that was approved by the Commission. The development of the plan was in cooperation with the Commission itself, a steering committee made up of Commission members, as well as the transit operators, city managers, public works directors. A number of alternatives were studied, everything from our current status quo, which focuses mainly on collaboration and informal agreements, to at the other end of the spectrum, a full consolidation of all services under a single operator. The operators got together and presented a proposal to the Commission and the steering committee that essentially would replace the Gold Coast JPA with a transit district in the West County, would have a formalized MOU agreement in the East County for coordination of services, would consolidate the various dial-a-ride and ADA services into two regions, and would permit cities to continue to use a portion of their TDA funds for roads so long as there was no unmet needs. VCTC took action at their April 13th meeting to approve the study and authorize that it be presented to the legislators for consideration. Just a review in terms of how we spend TDA funds. You'll notice that back in 2007-8, we were spending approximately $3 million of that on streets. That number is down now to below $1 million. So with each year, we spend more and more of those funds on our transit services. Going forward, as this plan is being presented, we will continue to work cooperatively, the various operators. We'll need to find legislators to carry the the legislation to form the district, and for the modifications we're requesting to SB 716. And with that, staff is available to answer any questions.
Questions of staff? All right. Did you have a question? I have one speaker, Mr. Kettle, and he's been waiting for a really long time. I'm sure he'd like to say something.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, Darren Kettle with the Ventura County Transportation Commission. I'm here more than anything to, again, to compliment your staff on the work that they've done and also be available to questions from the council as to how things are moving forward with the commission. You've had a long evening, and I know you have more items, so I'll leave that with you, and if there are questions, I'm available.
Do you have a question for Mr. Mitnick? That was a little joke. All right, Mr. Kettle, thank you so much. It is late in the evening, and apparently my fellow council members have no questions.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right, did we want to make a motion? Thank you for your good work.
I move I'd move the staff recommendation to receive the report and direct staff to continue to work on the specifics with East County Transit MOU.
All right, vote please.
Motion carries 3-0.
Item E, initiation of updates to open space, conservation, safety, and recreation elements of general plan. Mr. Town, you're up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This involves updates to, as you mentioned, 4 elements of our general plan. Those would include the open space, conservation, safety, and recreation. The purpose of this update is primarily to bring the data and the maps in these documents up to speed. We don't anticipate major changes in policies, but we will, of course, review those and incorporate any requirements. We expect to bring the draft elements back to you before the end of the year, after they've been reviewed by the Conejo Open Space Conservation Agency and the Conejo Recreation and Park District and the Planning Commission. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Questions? Motion. Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move staff's recommendation to adopt the attached resolution initiating the updates to the general plan open space elements, the conservation elements, the safety element, and the recreation element.
Okay. Vote, please.
Motion carries 3-0.
All right. Okay, 10A, Committee Commission Board Reports, Planning Commission Appointment, and I am going to be appointing Daniel Roundtree, if the council concurs, to the Planning Commission. His extensive experience with various community and professional organizations, including Boy Scouts, Westlake Pony Baseball, Westlake School Boosters, as well as a board member for the Resource Group. Lots of experience. He's a certified financial planner in Westlake Village and a 22-year resident of Thousand Oaks. Any comments? Shall we vote on the appointment of Dan Roundtree to the Planning Commission? Vote, please.
Motion carries 3-0.
All right, we're moving on to item 10B, and this is Dr. Glancy's appointment. Dr. Glancy is nominating Douglas Tapking. Mr. Tapking is the Executive Director of the Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura and a longtime resident of Newbury Park. His community service includes Chair of Mayor's Community Roundtable, Community Budget Task Force, and serving on every city housing committee since 1996. Another good selection. Vote, please.
Councilman Fox, could you please vote? I didn't clear the machine quick enough. Motion carries 3-0.
All right. Councilmember Price, you're up.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Council to reappoint Peter Pell as my nomination to the Thousand Oaks Planning Commission. As we know, Mr. Trappell has been on the Planning Commission now for a little over a year. He was Dennis Gillette's original appointment. And I do want to say this, that I am aware of Mr. Trappell's the action against him by the FCC. It is a civil action. It in no way has done anything to cause me any concern. He has, having served alongside him on the Planning Commission prior, he has evaluated everything thoroughly and participated, and I have no reason to believe that he would not continue to do just that. So it's with every confidence that I reappoint Pete Trappell.
Vote, please.
Motion carries 3-0.
All right, City Council's successor agency to Thousand Oaks Redevelopment Agency reports. There are none. Council issues and recommendations, follow-up reports on meetings and conferences. There are none. City Manager.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, no additional follow-up from items on the agenda tonight or public comments. By way of upcoming items, this weekend, or not this weekend, tomorrow night in this forum, I forgot the time. It's in the evening. You can look on the city's website. There will be a very informative community drug awareness forum for those parents and high school students who have questions, curiosity, or issues involving drug and alcohol use and peer pressure, that type of thing. The school district and the Thousand Oaks Police Department are working together to put on an informative forum, and looks like this will be a full house. So information is available on the city's website. This weekend, on April 28th, is our 15th annual Arbor Earth Day, and that'll be at Caneo Creek Park on Jans Road. That's always well attended, over 100 vendors. So please feel free to attend, and again, check the city or the Park District's website. I'm sure you'll find the information there. Next council meeting will be on May 8th, and at this point we have one public hearing, and that has to do with land use table change, or amending the land use table to the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan to permit drive-through facilities. I believe a Starbucks is proposed at a location. Council, we're also coming back to you through the department reports portion of the agenda with revisions to the towing of vehicles, the user fees. Also, one last piece of information for council. It looks like next Wednesday, May 2nd, the mayor and myself will be joining our counterparts with the cities of Camarillo, Moorpark, and Simi Valley to go to Sacramento to lobby and fight hard for our TVA funding. Some of the things you heard here tonight with the a bill that's proposed that would have a significant impact on transportation funding. So we're going up next week, a day visit, go up in the morning, come back in the afternoon, and we'll report the outcome with the council. That's it, Madam Mayor, members of the council.
No closed session, no public notices, and adjournment. Our first adjournment is in memory of Raymond Brown, a longtime resident and the owner and photographer of Personality Pics, a well-known photography business on Wilbur Road for 25 years. Ray passed away April 5th at the age of 88. During the mid-1960s, Ray became actively involved in community activities. He started the Meadows Teen Employment Program. He initiated a ride-along program for children with our local sheriff's deputies, and he was the originator of a suicide hotline service. One of Ray's favorite quotes was, "It is better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it." Raymond contributed to our community on many levels, and these efforts were empowered through the generous efforts of volunteers that were based from his home. On behalf of the Thousand Oaks City Council, we express our appreciation for Ray's efforts and send our deepest sympathy to the Brown family. Our last adjournment is in honor of former State Senator Kathy Wright. Kathy represented much of eastern Ventura County in the legislature for 20 years, from 1980 to 2000, serving first in the State Assembly for 12 years, followed by 8 years in the State Senate. Kathy was known in the legislature for her meticulous review of legislation in committees. Kathy will be remembered by all who knew her for her tenacious advocacy for children, the poor, and mentally ill. On behalf of the Thousand Oaks City Council, I send our sincerest condolences to the Wright family. Through her knowledge, dedication, and professional demeanor, Kathy did an outstanding job of serving the people she represented. We're going to be adjourning this meeting to our regular meeting on May 8th, 2012. Good night, everybody.